You are watching the broadcast of the El Paso County Commissioners Court meetings. Commissioners Court meetings are held every Monday at 9:30 a.m. on the third floor of the El Paso County Courthouse, located at 500 East San Antonio in downtown El Paso. These meetings are open to the public. The meeting will start momentarily.
Doing well, sir. Good morning.
Good morning.
Okay, we're up. Go ahead.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Today is Monday, August 10th, 2020. Commissioners Court is meeting in regular open session. Would you please rise and join us for the Pledge of Allegiance, followed by an invocation by Ms. Pam Ferroni.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Hello.
Ms. Ferroni?
Good morning, County Judge, Commissioners, leaders, and staff, and all who are within the sound of my voice. Last week, when I thought there was going to be a meeting on Monday, I prepared something for the August 3rd remembrance, and I felt so strongly when I woke up this morning that I was still supposed to share it today. So please join me if you so choose. Almighty God, in this time, we remember the people and events of August 3rd. We remember the 23 precious souls that have been taken from us and their families who have suffered immense pain and loss. We remember those who were wounded, some of whom will never be completely restored and whose lives have been forever altered. We remember too, Lord, your faithfulness as we prayed that you would comfort all who mourn, as we released your healing for those in critical condition, and as we sought you on behalf of our dedicated first responders who were themselves going through trauma. We remember that we were flooded with emotion as we went to give blood and the line snaked around the building and the parking lot. We remember going to the grocery store and experiencing everyone being noticeably kinder, giving a nod of acknowledgement, a smile, inviting others to go ahead in line. We remember, Lord, that we asked, how could this happen in El Paso? We remember that there was no political solution for the condition of men's hearts. We remember knowing that El Paso was at a crossroad and we had to choose how we would respond to this tragedy. Which road would we choose? Would we let evil and hate make us bitter and destroy us? Or would we let it make us better neighbors and better El Pasoans? Oh Lord, we see evil lurking out there, and yet you tell us to look within. Love the Lord your God with all your heart and love your neighbor as yourself. When a lawyer asked, who is my neighbor? You didn't say it's the person who lives next door. You responded with the story of the man from Samaria, who, even though Samaritans were outcasts, cared for a man who had been beaten and left on the side of the road while others passed him by. 1 John tells us, if someone says, I love God and hates his brother, he is a liar. For he who does not love his brother whom he has seen, how could he love God whom he has not seen? Show me my heart, Lord. Tell me, does my heart condemn me? How am I doing at loving my brother and loving my neighbor? From the Lord's Prayer, my heart cries, forgive me of my trespasses as I forgive those who trespass against me. We thank you and praise you for the healing that has taken place in our beloved El Paso. Teach us to love you with all of our hearts and to love our neighbors as ourselves. Thank you for guiding each person who will participate in this meeting today. May they be led by your Spirit, and may they be successful in completing the work set before them this morning. In the most precious name of your Holy Son, Jesus, I pray, amen, and so be it.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Ferroni. It's always a pleasure to have you, and thank you for, our celebration was one of remembrance, and what we need to remember is not only the tragedy, but how it changed us and how we became better, and we continue to move in that direction, that we become stronger and better. Amen. Because of the situation. Mm-hmm. So thank you very much for continue to help us down that path. Thank you, Ms. Ferroni. Well, I want to thank you. Welcome to Commissioners Court on behalf of myself and the commissioners. always excited to have you on board and being part of the process. We've got some great resolutions today, thanks to Commissioner Stout. We'll be bringing them forth, and we have some other, community-wide activities that everybody should be involved in. And we always, say here at Commissioners Court that if we don't have the right feedback, we don't make the right decisions sometimes. But so we're always striving to involve the community and everybody that participates. These decisions that we make really impact you and the community. So we always thank you for being a big part of the process. Hope everybody has a great week, that you have a very productive week, and that it's joyful, and still let's not keep our guard down, still having some numbers climbing at times, and things seem better. Sometimes weekends have a little bit of a distortion because not all the testing takes place and the labs aren't turning in. So the real numbers will tell us Tuesday and Wednesday, will give us a good indication as to in which direction we're moving toward. So thank you very much for joining us today. Cesar, go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. I'd just like everybody to know that today we are joined by ASL interpreters Dario Garcia and Tamara Gastelum. Welcome. Item number 4 is the consent agenda.
Cesar, before we start, I just want to make sure it's clear that we're moving item number 8 right after the resolutions, okay? And then so there's a lot of people that are going to be speaking, public comments, and so I appreciate it. We moved to item number 8 right after the resolutions.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Item number 4 is the consent agenda, composed of items 4A through 4Z. Are there any items that members of the public or the Commissioners Court would like to pull for individual discussion?
Commissioners?
Move to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Perez.
Aye.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries. Item number 5A, resolutions. Approve and adopt a resolution urging Congress to pass the Health and Economic Recovery Omnibus Emergency Solutions Act, or substantially similar federal legislation to include additional support for communities, workers, small businesses, and local governments.
Morning, Judge and Commissioners. This resolution is important for us to look at so that we can provide our congressional delegation as well as NACO with proof of our support for something like this, and so that they can go in and advocate for the passage of this legislation. So. Whereas the unprecedented COVID-19 pandemic has led the county of El Paso to experience both significant revenue losses and unbudgeted expenses to help combat the spread of the virus and to help keep everyday El Pasoans and small business afloat. And whereas county employees have been on the front lines battling the pandemic, providing essential services, care, and support to keep our community running, and local governments need continued federal assistance to keep these public services going and to support our essential public workers. And whereas the $27.48 million in federal relief funds that the county received is helping provide critical assistance, including grants for small businesses and funds for PPE and equipment to keep our employees and public safe. And whereas despite efforts to mitigate the unforeseen severe health and financial impacts of the pandemic, the County of El Paso continues to experience significant demand for services and assistance that require additional relief as the pandemic lingers. And whereas a substantial number of low-income El Pasoans working in essential industries such as food service, accommodation, retail, construction, and other service industries continue to be at high risk for COVID-19 exposure, creating room for an increase in outbreaks. And whereas additional direct and fiscally flexible federal assistance will help the County of El Paso provide aid in the especially hard-hit outlying and less affluent parts of the county, as well as providing aid to meaningful extent to local businesses at risk of closing permanently. Now therefore be it resolved by the El Paso County Judge and Commissioners Court that we urge passage of the Health and Economic Recovery Omnibus Emergency Solutions Act, the HEROES Act, or substantially similar federal legislation to include additional support for communities, workers, small businesses, and local governments.
Second. Second.
Commissioner Perez.
Aye.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Commissioner Stout, do you have, I believe someone's will be speaking on the resolution?
We don't have anybody.
I don't know if we have. I don't know if we have any speakers. I know that my staff will make sure that this gets to Congresswoman Escobar and Congressman Hurd's offices, as well as up to NACO, so that they have it.
Okay, thank you. I just want to reinforce a little bit more equitable situation for the rural areas. They have really been struggling with some a little more. Like I've always said, they're already marginal, and so when they get hit with anything, it's sort of to them it exacerbates. So just to focus on more equitable funding for specific things that are happening out in the rural areas. So just want to reinforce it. Really support what you're saying, Commissioner Stout, and then sort of make sure that we emphasize the rural communities being a little bit more vulnerable.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Caesar.
Item number 5B, approve and adopt a resolution supporting legislative efforts to establish a citizen-led commission to effectuate the redistricting process in the state of Texas.
Go ahead, Commissioner Stout.
Yes, thank you. Thank you again, Judge and Commissioners. This is a very important resolution as we are moving towards finishing up census count and after that next year going through the redistricting process, and this resolution aims to stress our willingness to support and our goals to support efforts that would bring about citizen-led efforts when it comes to our redistricting. So thank you all very much for allowing me to read this into the record. Whereas the citizens of El Paso County and the state of Texas deserve a fair, fully transparent, impartial, and depoliticized process for the drawing of local, state, legislative, and congressional districts of near equal population. And whereas the redistricting process should be conducted in an open and public manner with public hearings, pre-established timelines, and access to redistricting tools and proposed plans so that communities have real opportunities for public dialogue and feedback. And whereas public input and involvement in the redistricting process will empower communities by allowing them to elect representatives who live in their communities and understand issues that are important to them and their lives. And whereas the boundaries of the state and congressional districts are currently drawn by legislative incumbents with a simple majority vote, often sacrificing the integrity of communities, neighborhoods, and cities. And whereas important principles such as the Protections of Federal Voting Rights Act and respect for neighborhoods, towns, and cities should be clearly listed for any redistricting process so that our communities are drawn and kept together for effective and true representation. And whereas voters are more likely to participate in the democratic process when they feel their vote will count, and that they have a reasonable chance of electing candidates who represent their immediate community and their interests. And whereas elected officials are more responsive to constituents when voters have a choice of candidates, thus increasing accountability and serving the best interests of the voters of Texas. And whereas we oppose any count of persons within a district that would exclude individuals because of their citizenship status or eligibility to vote, because all persons mean all persons residing within a district and includes, but is not limited to, all adults, children, citizens, non-citizens, registered voters, and non-registered voters. And whereas the fundamental principle of representative government in this country is equal representation for equal numbers of people, because legislators serve all people, those who vote, those that may or may not vote but could, those who are citizen, and those who are not. Now therefore be it resolved by the El Paso County Judge and Commissioners Court that the County of El Paso supports legislative efforts to establish a citizen-led commission composed of Texas voters who are representative of the state's diversity, partisan balance, and geography for all future redistricting. Signed this 10th day of August, 2020.
Second.
Commissioner Pettis.
Aye.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye. Commissioner
Motion
Stout.
carries.
Judge, we have two persons that signed up to speak for this item.
Excellent, thank you. Go ahead.
First person we have is Judy Ackerman.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning,
Judge
Judy.
and Commissioners. Thank you so much for this opportunity to talk about fair maps. Thank you for considering this resolution, especially Commissioner Stout. And this resolution aims to end gerrymandering in Texas with an independent Citizens Redistricting Commission. Please also include this in your lobbying priorities at the state level, the idea of ending gerrymandering. You know, voting is the very basis of our democracy, but our democracy is under threat by gerrymandering. Legislators should not be able to draw their own election maps and pick their voters. When they do, they thwart the democratic process. Gerrymandering causes voters to lose their voice and their motivation to participate. But by creating redistricting process that's fair, transparent, inclusive, and removed from the legislative influence, we can build trust in our elections. And I appreciate so much that El Paso County is leading the way in Texas, to setting the example for all other counties in Texas. I so appreciate your efforts. Thank you.
Thank you, Judy. Thank you for your time and comments. Always appreciate that. Thank you.
Next person we have is Marilyn Guida.
Hi, good morning, everyone. This is Marilyn Guida, and I've lived in El Paso for 12 years and all that time in Northeast. And I thank Commissioner Stout for bringing this item to the agenda, and it sounds like you all passed it, so I'm thrilled. I certainly definitely support this resolution, and it's really a step toward balanced voting districts with the 2020 census. And of course, we have to really work hard to get more El Pasoans in the, who have responded to the census. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Marilyn. Thank you for your time.
That's all we have for this item, Judge.
Thank you. Back to you, Commissioner.
I just want to say thank you to Ms. Guida and Ms. Ackerman, and all the others that helped help bring this to my office and put it together. I think it's very important, and we have a lot of work to do. So let's get to it.
Thank you. Yeah, and I'm sure I feel very confident that the delegation is very supportive of this and appreciative, and something that's very important in our legislative process as it's coming up. Thank you, Commissioner Stout.
Thank you.
Item number 5C. Approve and adopt a resolution recognizing the 30th anniversary of the Americans with Disabilities Act.
Judge, Commissioners, I have the honor of reading this one into the record as well. We missed this anniversary a couple of weeks ago, but I thought it was very important for us to recognize this really important milestone, 30 years. And so, whereas the Americans with Disabilities Act, ADA, was signed into law on July 26, 1890 by President George H.W. Bush, and whereas the Act affords similar protections against discrimination to Americans with disabilities as the Civil Rights Act of 1964 did against discrimination on the basis of race, religion, sex, national origin, and others. And whereas equity and equality in our society is a constant struggle, the passage of this law 30 years ago signifies a significant step forward for all Americans, not just those who are differently abled. And whereas accessibility is the central part of the Act, ensuring that all people, no matter their abilities, can access public spaces, public meetings, and other spaces that otherwise demonstrate no barriers for others. And whereas equality and justice for all is not limited to individuals based on their physical or mental abilities, and that we must recognize that barriers to equal opportunity still exist. And whereas this anniversary reminds us that while great accomplishments have been made in the last 30 years, there's still work to do here at the County of El Paso, in the state of Texas, and in the United States of America. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the El Paso County Judge and Commissioners Court that we recognize and celebrate the 30th anniversary of the Americans with Disabilities Act and commit ourselves to furthering the groundwork that this monumental piece of legislation has laid for us. So on this 10th day of August 2020.
Second.
Commissioner Perez.
Aye.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Judge,
Go ahead, Commissioner Leon.
Judge, I have a request that we are able to hear item number 18 after item number 8. I understand there's some folks also waiting to speak on that.
Okay, absolutely. Go ahead. Caesar, will you note that, please?
Yes, sir. We do have some speakers for item number 5C.
That is correct.
Okay.
First person we have is Josue Rodriguez. Stand by, Mr. Rodriguez. Go ahead, Mr. Rodriguez.
Hi, good morning. First of all, thank you for recognizing the Americans with Disabilities Act. This legislation has created many opportunities for people with disabilities like myself. Recognizing the work that has been done and acknowledging the work that is still to be fulfilled talks greatly about your commitment to the Americans with Disabilities Act. This legislation has helped people with disabilities in many areas to have accomplished and fulfilled lives, and we thank you for taking this recognition again and acknowledging that there's more to be done. On behalf of El Paso Desert Adapt and Grupo Dignidad, Igualdad, Oportunidad, we'd like to thank you, and also the Personal Attendant Coalition of Texas. Thank you.
Thank you, Jose. Very nice of you to be on and for your time and your comments. Thank you very much. Go ahead, Miguel.
Next person we have is Mr. Luis Chu. Go ahead, Mr. Chu.
Go ahead.
Good morning, Commissioners and Judge Samaniego. I would like to thank Commissioner Stout for inviting us on this resolution that is celebrating 30 years of the American with Disabilities Act. The Disability Act is considered the civil rights of people with disabilities. And you have no idea, I have no words to tell you all the things that have brought to us, the people with disabilities. We have, when Judge Escobar was in her administration, we had the Estrada Park made accessible. Also, an ADA coordinator was hired for the county. So those are advances that we appreciate, that it's not only for people with disabilities, but that's for benefit of all the community of El Paso. I would like to thank Commissioner Leon and Ms. Mayela Mejia for being a constant collaborators of Willard Center for Independent Living, the agency I work for. Thank you for the continuous collaboration and being great advocates. As Commissioner Leon knows, when you have a disability, your eyes become open for things that you don't perceive when you don't have a disability. Thank you, commissioners. Thank you, Judge Samaniego, for the resolution. And happy 30th anniversary of the ADA.
Thank you, Mr. Chu. Appreciate that. Commissioner Leon, any comments?
Well, Mr. Chu, thank you very much. And he's absolutely right. 11 years ago, almost 12, when I was involved in the accident, you do see those disabilities now with a different eye as you go through them yourself. So I appreciate your comments, Mr. Chu, and like I say, the entire court will, of course, be your advocate. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Leon. Do we have any more speakers?
That is all we had for these items, Judge. That is all we have.
Okay, back to you, Commissioner Stout. Any further comments?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chu. Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez. Thanks for helping us put this together, and thank you for your unwavering advocacy for the disabled community. You know, both Josue and Mr. Chu, I think, are examples to follow, and you know, despite their disabilities, they are you know, just doing things and making moves and holding us all accountable, which is really necessary. And so I appreciate all that you all do for your community. And it was my pleasure to be able to do this and work with you on this. Thank you.
You know, I know that one person would be very happy that I've dealt a lot with, and quite an advocate, and I'm sure he'd be very happy, and probably couldn't make it, but Mr. Zavala has been from day one, has gotten calls and emails and always pushed hard for us to do the right thing about accessibility. And so, you know, he's a really strong advocate that I know would appreciate this resolution, Commissioner Stout.
Thank you all.
Go ahead, Cesar.
This brings us to item number 8, Commissioners Court. Discuss and take appropriate action to direct the Public Works Department to begin the process to rename the El Paso County Courthouse to the Enrique Moreno County Courthouse.
Commissioner Robinson?
Yes, are we ready?
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, sir. And I believe we have several, approximately 20 people signed up to speak on this item.
That is correct. My presentation will be brief because of the fact that we have a lot of people that are going to speak on this issue. It's my honor, it's my pleasure to present this proposal, recommendation to rename the El Paso County Courthouse after Mr. Enrique Moreno. Many of you know the story behind Enrique. Many of you know him personally, as I did. A outstanding individual, always a gentleman, very sincere, devoted to his community of El Paso, and devoted to the welfare of mankind. Mr. Moreno was nominated by the President of the United States, Mr. President Bill Clinton, as a federal judge. Unfortunately, that did not come to fruition. Mr. Moreno, of all the people in El Paso, there are many to be recognized for many different things. But in his honor, is my recommendation, my proposal, along with many other people in the community, to recommend the El Paso County Courthouse be named after Enrique Moreno. I yield at this time, and I will ask Cesar if he will read Mr. Moreno's bio.
Thank you, Commissioner
Yes,
Robinson.
sir.
Go ahead, Caesar.
Mr. Enrique Moreno. Enrique Moreno practices law in the area of civil trial and civil rights litigation. In 1999, President Bill Clinton nominated him for a judgeship on the Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals. He received unanimously the highest ratings given judicial nominees by the American Bar Association. President Clinton renominated him to the Fifth Circuit Court January 3rd, 2001. His education, class of 1974, Austin High School, El Paso, Texas. His AB in 1978, Harvard University, Cambridge, Massachusetts. His Juris Doctorate in 1981, Harvard Law School, Cambridge, Massachusetts. Employment was at the law offices of Enrique Moreno, El Paso, Texas. Former partner of Moreno and Fry, El Paso, Texas. Former shareholder Kemp Smith, Duncan and Hammond, PC, El Paso, Texas. His professional associations, member of the American Law Institute, Sustaining Life Fellow at the Texas Bar Foundation, Associate American Board of Trial Advocates, past President George A. McAlmon, American Inn of Court, past Chairman, Advisory Committee on the Federal Judiciary to Honorable Silvestre Reyes, Member of Congress, past Chairman, Ethics Committee of El Paso Bar Association, former member, Professional Ethics Committee for the State Bar of Texas, former Director, El Paso Bar Association, Texas Trial Lawyers Association, past President, El Paso Trial Lawyers Association, past Vice President, El Paso County Board of Ethics, member of the State Bar of Texas, American Bar Association of the Fifth Federal Circuit, Mexican American Bar Association, American Association of Justice, National Employment Lawyers Association, Pro Bono College of the State Bar of Texas, Merit Selection Panel for United States Magistrate Judges, Western District of Texas. He was a speaker of the State Bar of Texas, Advanced Employment Law course, State Bar of Texas Advanced Evidence and Discovery course, State Bar of Texas New Rules of Discovery course, State Bar of Texas Annual Labor and Employment Update, University of Texas School of Law Conference on Labor and Employment Law, St. Mary's University School of Law Ethics Seminar, National Employment Lawyers Association National Convention. His community service, Chairman of the Citizens Commission on Better Practices in Government, Director and Chairman of the Centro Cultural Mexicano Paso del Norte Incorporated, member of the Diocese of El Paso Review Committee, member El Paso Times Editorial Board Community Advisory Committee, Member of the City of El Paso Hispanic Cultural Center Advisory Committee. Past Chairman of the United Way of El Paso County. Past Chairman, Hispanic Leadership Institute. Past Chairman, Project Change, El Paso. Past President of the Board, El Paso Cancer Treatment Center. Past President of the Board, El Paso Legal Assistance Society. Past Director, El Paso Holocaust Museum, Friends of La Fe Clinic, El Paso County Hospital District, El Paso Child Guidance Center, El Paso Services for Children Incorporated. He held recognitions listed as the best lawyers in America in Woodward and White Incorporated, listed winningest firms in the United States by the National Law Journal, listed Texas Super Lawyer by Texas Monthly, listed top lawyers in El Paso by the El Paso Herald Post Survey of State Judges, selected Abogado Consular del Gobierno de Mexico, Lawyer of the Year by Mexican American Bar Association of El Paso, Civil Rights Award by El Paso Chapter of the NAACP, awarded Guadalupe Award for Community Service by Hispanic Leadership Institute, awarded Eagle Award for Community Advocacy by El Paso Hispanic Chamber of Commerce, awarded Reconocimiento OTI for Community Service by the Mexican Government Secretary of External Relations, awarded Lucy G. Acosta Humanitarian Award by the League of United Latin American Citizens, Border Hero Award by Las Americas Immigrant and Refugee Center, Sembrador del Bien by Sin Fronteras Farm Worker Organization Project, and awarded Albert Armendariz Sr. Lifetime Achievement Award by the Mexican American Bar Association.
Thank you, Caesar. I think what I'd like to see is let's move in. We all obviously each one here in the court has a lot of passion for this topic, and we all know Enrique well. So I'd like to move into the public comments first, and then we'll hear from the commissioners once we hear from everybody else. Go ahead, Caesar.
The first person we have is Ben Sines. Mr. Sines?
Go ahead, Ben.
Yes, hello?
Go ahead, sir.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Enrique Moreno was a very good friend of mine. I was very proud to be his friend. For all of his accomplishments, he was a very humble man, always reaching out to members of the community, always reaching out to his friends in need. He was tireless in his love for this community and fighting for this community. He was also a pro bono lawyer for the Mexican Consul in El Paso, something that he did a lot of work for. He did a lot of work for many organizations. I was on the board with him on Project Change. He was very committed to social change and to social justice and to fight racism in this community and in this nation. I was very proud to serve on the board with him, and I followed him as the chair. Enrique and I met by accident. We're in different fields. I'm a writer, and I was a professor at UTEP for 23 years, teaching nothing near the law. I taught literature and creative writing, but Enrique was always a big fan of mine and a good friend to UTEP, and a big supporter of fighting for students and their education here in El Paso. I'm very proud, and I thank you, Commissioner Robinson, for championing this cause, because I think I speak for many, many people. He was loved by many and loved by so many and respected. That man had a lot of class. I miss him, and I'm so happy that we are able to thank him publicly for his public service by renaming the courthouse in his name.
Thank you, Bill, for your time and comments. Caesar?
Next person we have is Rosa Elliott.
Good morning, Judge Samaniego and Commissioners. My name is Rosa Moreno Elliott, and on behalf of the Moreno family, I would like to say thank you and to let you know how honored and humbled we are with you putting this item on your agenda today. My brother Enrique was an extremely private individual. I would like to share with you some personal information on why my brother was such an incredibly special person. My brothers and I were latchkey kids, and we were extremely close. He was an exceptional son and brother. He adored our mother and father. As our parents began to age, every single day for many, many years, by 7 o'clock in the morning, my brother would go to their house and take them breakfast. And also, in the early evening, he would return and take dinner as well. He knew that his 80-plus-year-old mom was tired of cooking. In the morning, he would also take my father the newspaper El Diario. He knew our father truly enjoyed reading it. We had stopped the newspaper delivery service because our father had fallen down once when he had gone outside to retrieve it. Enrique also wanted the responsibility for filling their prescription pill boxes and ordering and picking up their medications. On Enrique's work calendar, he would post every scheduled doctor appointment or medical procedure that our parents had. While I took responsibility for taking them to their appointments, he would always show up to be present and be fully informed of their medical needs. Our mother had 2 bouts of cancer. When our mother would go to her chemotherapy sessions, he would attend every single one. He would hold her hand and gently say, "Everything is going to be okay. Todo va a estar bien, mamá. Todo va a estar bien." There was a time that he would tell me that the best part of the day was when he would go home and help his son with his homework. He loved his son. He did all of this plus have an extremely successful law practice. He loved his work, and he worked 7 days a week. Because he had such a successful practice, he made a lot of money. However, the money was not only for his family, but he wanted to share the wealth. He was not afraid to open his wallet or write a check. He helped his entire family, the El Paso community, its numerous charities, organizations, and individuals whose sole purpose was to improve this beautiful community. This latchkey little boy and his immigrant family want to say thank you to all of you for the work that you all do. Stay safe, and God bless.
Rosa, thank you very much for such a heartfelt story and for sharing more about his life. Thank you, Rosa.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Next person we have is Mr. Joe Spencer.
Good morning,
Go ahead,
Honorable Judge and Honorable Commissioners. I've known Enrique Moreno all of my legal career. Over 25 years ago, when I was president of MAVA, I gave Enrique the Lawyer of the Year award. But the truth be told, he was the Lawyer of the Year every year. He was a lawyer's lawyer. He was the attorney that judges, public officials, and other attorneys would seek out his counsel and guidance. His intelligence was only matched by his commitment and passion to the underserved. I was privileged to be one of the lawyers that tried the last case with Enrique when he was sick. And it was amazing to me his work ethic. Before court, after court, weekends, he was always working. I was amazed that as sick as he was, his work ethic and his desire to fight for justice for his clients never wavered. He loved the law and he was a student of the law. He was a voice for the voiceless and he was a protector for the defenseless. His generosity and kindness extended to all who ever crossed his path and to those that didn't, that he read about. He taught me civility in the practice of law. And no matter what injustices came his way, he stood tall and he met them head on. In his last month on earth, he never complained about his illness. And he would always ask me, how was I doing? And he would always tell me, I'm worried about you, Joe. I'm worried about your stress level. He was always thinking of others. That was Enrique. No lawyer has had more humility than Enrique, and no courthouse would have a greater honor than this honorable courthouse to carry his name. A place where if you listen in the courtrooms, I can still hear his oratory skills. A place when I'm in the courtroom, I can still feel his presence that gives me courage. And if you close your eyes, you can still see him in front of a jury doing what he did best. Fight for justice for his clients. So respectfully, I'm asking this honorable court to consider naming the courthouse after a great American and an even greater El Pasoan. Thank you.
Joe, thank you. I know you were a friend indeed, and he was his friend as well. So thank you for that. Appreciate that. Go ahead, Cesar.
The next person we have is Judge Linda Chu.
Thank
Go ahead,
you.
Judge.
Thank you. Linda Chu, Judge of the 327th District Court and Local Administrative Judge. Good morning, Judge and County Commissioners. Before I begin, I would like to have, as a part of this record, admitted the biography of Enrique Moreno, a copy of the White House press release of Enrique's nomination dated September 16th of 1999, a letter from Al Gore to the National Hispanic Leadership Agenda in support of Enrique's nomination, and the transcript of his testimony before the United States Committee on the Judiciary dated May 9th, 2002. Enrique Moreno was a great lawyer, a great mentor, a great example, and a great, great friend. Today, others before me and others after me will tell you more about Enrique's character, perhaps detail his many awards and distinctions and his good deeds and kind acts that are too numerous to name here in the time I am allotted. He was nominated by President Clinton for a vacancy on the United States Court of Appeals for the Fifth Circuit. In fact, he was nominated twice by President Clinton. He received unanimously the highest rating given by the American Bar Association to judicial nominees. He was the first person from El Paso, Texas, to be nominated to the Fifth Circuit. And today, he remains the only person from El Paso to be nominated for this important court. On May 9th, 2002, Enrique testified in front of the United States Senate Committee on the Judiciary, and he said this, and I quote, "Let me talk briefly about my background. I was not born in this country. My family immigrated to this country from Mexico when I was a young child. My father, a carpenter, and my mother, a seamstress, came to this country with their children and their hope. Specifically, they hoped that their children could receive an education and succeed on their merits. My parents' hopes were realized. My dad always joked that he had sent his dumbest son to Harvard. I have been privileged and fortunate to live the American dream." End quote. Enrique's words illustrate the sweetness of his humor and the profoundness of his humility. It is without equivocation that I urge you to name our courthouse the Enrique Moreno County Courthouse. He made El Paso proud. He made El Paso strong. And there is no other person who deserves this honor and to whom our community owes the honor. County Judge, Commissioners, thank you.
Judge Chu, thank you so much for these additional insights that most of us don't have that are going to be extremely valuable as we move forward to our decision. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
Next person we have.
Go ahead, Cesar.
Is Representative Cesar Blanco.
Go ahead,
Good morning,
Representative
yes.
Blanco.
Good morning, Judge. Good morning, Commissioners. I want to thank you all for giving me the opportunity to speak about a great friend. I want to thank Commissioner Robinson for putting this agenda item. This is Cesar Blanco, State Representative for District 76, and I'm here to proudly speak in support of renaming the El Paso County Courthouse after Enrique Moreno. You know, Enrique was a dear friend of mine. He was a dear friend to so many people. He was a brilliant, a fierce advocate, and he really personified the best of El Paso and really the American dream, because his story is the American dream, who was born to parents in Mexico and Chihuahua. He was raised here in El Paso, went to public schools, and then went to Harvard University for his bachelor's, and then got his law degree at Harvard. And, you know, Enrique always talked about being able to practice anywhere else. He could have gone anywhere else in the country, given his education, to any law firm where of his choosing, but he chose to come back home to El Paso. He chose to practice law and to serve his community. And a lot of his classmates, you know, they thought, why would you go back to El Paso? He could have gone anywhere. But he wanted to do the most good where he could here in our community here in El Paso. So, you know, his decision to initially practice labor law was due to his sense of justice, to his sense of fairness, and to his value of equality. And these are the ideals that we're fighting for today here at home and throughout our country. And it wouldn't be long before Enrique would become a champion of civil rights in our community through his profession and through his passion, through his professionalism. His reputation always preceded him all the way to the White House. And we heard Judge Chu and others talk about his nomination to the Federal Fifth Court of Appeals. And I'm certain that had Enrique's appointment gone through, I think our country would be better today with his service, with his intellect, with his heart. He would have brought to the bench. But the reality is that here in El Paso is where he was needed. He loved El Paso. He was dedicated to seeing its improvement and the improvement of the lives who call our community home. We heard from Joe Spencer, many attorneys, community leaders, elected officials. He was a mentor. He was a friend to all who were wise enough to go to his office and to seek his counsel. He was my friend. And he honored me by being my treasurer when I decided to look into running for office, and it's something that I would not have done without talking to Enrique first. I think many of us went through that process, and I think I'll always be grateful for his counsel, for his wisdom that he shared with me, but most of all for his friendship. Enrique is a giant who let us stand on his shoulders to see further, and who let El Paso stand on his shoulders to see even further. And I think a courthouse is a busy building with many concerns. But first and foremost, I think a courthouse is a place of justice, something that Enrique fought for every single day in his life. It's a rare opportunity we have to honor a champion of our own. And I think that an honor more befitting than naming the courthouse is a place of justice after Enrique Moreno. Let his name be a reminder for all who walk into that courthouse, that the building will forever stand for those ideals that Enrique Moreno stood for: justice, fairness, and equality. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Representative Blanco. Very special to have your, take time to do this, and your comments very much appreciated. Thank you. Go ahead, Cesar.
Next person that we have is Representative Mary Gonzalez.
Go ahead, Representative Gonzalez.
Thank you, commissioners and Judge. It is truly special to be on the call to talk about my mentor and one of my dearest friends. He changed my life, and I would never be where I am without him. There are no words that I could say that wouldn't best that weren't already said, but what I really want to articulate to the court today is why it's important for El Paso and for our community. You know, I think for younger generations, it's important for them to see and know the names of the people who are from our community who have created change. I think it's important for us to know that leaders, because we talk about leadership a lot, aren't just people who are from other parts of the country, but that leaders are born here in El Paso. And that leadership for our community looks like very much like Enrique Moreno, with somebody who is humble, somebody who is grounded in service, someone who is willing to sacrifice, and who leads with love and compassion. I think these are values that are important to everybody on the court, and values that are important to our community that we have seen, especially in this last year, really emulated. And so to name the courthouse after someone who embodied these values with so much integrity would just, I think, for me, mean a lot to the younger generation who would have someone to look up to and would ask, well, who is Enrique Moreno? And they would go to read his story, go to Google him online, and really get to understand what that meant to our community. I'm so glad that Commissioner Robinson has put this item on the agenda, and I really hope that the commissioners make the decision to honor a man who has really led our community for decades and changed people's lives, and not for himself, but for us as a whole. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Representative Gonzalez. Also very special to have you and take the time to give us further insight. Thank you very much, Representative. Go ahead, Cesar.
Next person we have is Judge Francisco Dominguez.
Judge Dominguez,
Thank you.
go ahead.
And good morning. And honorable judge, honorable members of Commissioners Court, and thank you very, very much, Commissioner Robinson, for initiating this process. You know, I had my talking points, and I have thrown them away because I knew that I would throw them away, and I knew, I anticipated the list of some of the people who've already spoken and some of the people who are yet to speak. And one of the things that I know, and I knew as I prepared my talking points, was that the list was going to be long. The list was going to be a list of genuine, decent, good people who were touched by Enrique the way my life was touched by Enrique. And I also knew that, you know, you know, when you were his friend, we all knew that we had something special. The fact that we made the cut, if you will, to be his friend, that we made the cut to have his trust and his mentorship was something that we knew was very, very special in each one of our lives. And so we knew that being Enrique's friend and having his counsel, his mentorship, but most importantly, his respect, made us feel good about ourselves, because for those of us who can be insecure and don't always feel strong, it reminds us that, you know, I must be doing something right, because Enrique Moreno has chosen to give me his love, his support, and his respect. And so I knew that many of the things that have been spoken about were going to be said, and I did not need to repeat them, so I won't. You know, I was prepared to talk about so many of the different things, but I won't. I want to keep it short, and I want to focus on this. This is not about Enrique. This is not about honoring Enrique. This is about honoring our community. And our community deserves this. And that is what I learned from Enrique. And I think that's what every one of us learned from him, is that this is not about him. Because everything he did was never about him. Everything he ever did was about supporting others who were supporting our community, who were invested in our community, who loved us and who wanted to make this a better place and who loved this place as much as he did. And so honoring our community by naming the courthouse as a place of justice, by naming it after him, is really the ultimate way that we honor our community, because we are recognizing how great we are, most talented individuals this country has ever seen. And he was one of us. And so I will leave it at that. There is so much I want to say. I'm so moved, from the things that what Joe Spencer said, what Judge Chu has said, what our wonderful representatives have said. I know how he touched lives. I know how he touched my life. And so one thing I learned from him, and I'll stay with that, is that Enrique always reminded every one of us that whatever we did had to be for the betterment of our community, and it had to be for the greater good. And so our community needs, and our community deserves, to have a public building, a building that will last, with his name on it, so that we are always reminded of who we are and the best that we have to offer. Thank you for this incredible privilege and honor. I know we all love this man, but we should move forward always knowing that he loved us, probably even more. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge, and thank you for the additional perspective on Enrique. We appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you for your time. Go ahead, Cesar.
Thank you.
Next person we have is Congressman Sylvester Reyes.
Go ahead, Congressman.
Good morning, Judge Samaniego and members of the Commissioner's Court. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to endorse and speak on behalf of naming our county courthouse for Enrique Moreno, who, from my perspective, is an iconic champion of civil rights and an extraordinary example of someone who achieved the American dream. As many have said already, however, that was not the legacy that Enrique Moreno has left for us. It is not a legacy of hard work, dedication, and perseverance, which can bring success in America, but that he led a life of giving back to his community. I am honored to say this morning that Enrique was one of my closest advisors all the time that I had the privilege of representing the 16th district in Congress. And through that relationship of almost 30 years, I saw firsthand that Enrique never forgot where he came from. Enrique gave a voice to those that had, in most cases, given up hope. Enrique defended the powerless, and he championed the disenfranchised. For me, Enrique was that beacon of light that illuminated the darkness of oppression. The one thing, and most important, that I observed was that Enrique never had trouble doing what was right. Today, we all, as so many have said before me, we all miss his grace and his intellect. We miss his counsel and his dedication to making our community a better place to live for everyone. We miss him most because we loved how he relished life and how he lived every day with eternal optimism that with God, everything was possible. We miss him most of all because every single day, Enrique Moreno made a difference. Our community has lost a giant that leaves the void, and we hurt for that. But he has also left a legacy of how one person can make a difference. Judge and commissioners, by naming the courthouse for Enrique Moreno, you are not so much honoring him as giving our community and future generations of this community a role model and a pathway to follow. Henceforth, those that see that name, Enrique Moreno, on the face of our county courthouse, that look into his life story, will see someone that will make them eternally proud that he is one of us, that he came from our community, and that he never forgot his roots. I especially want to add a personal note and thank Judge Hsu for entering into the record Enrique's very impressive credentials. I had the privilege and honor of nominating him to be a federal judge. And at some point, we'll all know the trials and tribulations of trying to make that come true. But disappointment was not something that Enrique Moreno spent any time on. Many a time I told him, I said, I regret that we weren't able to get that done for you. And he said, Silver, it's part of God's plan. I am needed here in my community. You and I and all of us need to focus on how to make our community a better place to live. So I want to thank you this morning and tell you how much we all appreciate, especially to Commissioner Robinson, a good friend, that we appreciate that with God's help, you will name this our county courthouse for Enrique Moreno. Thank you so much. God bless.
Congressman Reyes, it's what an honor to have you. And on a side note, thank you for all your service and dedication, and just for sharing your friendship and with Enrique, and allowing us to even further understand the type of relationship. So thank you.
Thank you, Judge, and thank you, commissioners, for all your hard work on behalf of our community.
Thank you. Go ahead, Cesar. I'm sorry, Miguel. Who else is on board?
Next person we have is Mr. Jaime Esparza.
Mr. Esparza, good morning.
Good morning, Judge. Good morning to all the commissioners. It's Jaime Esparza, the District Attorney. Commissioner Robinson, thank you for putting this item on the agenda. I just have a brief statement. Today, I will let others list all of Enrique Moreno's successes and accomplishments. Also, you might not be able to see me, but I'm in my suit and tie today. Since the COVID, I usually come casual to work, but today, I was speaking on behalf of my friend Enrique Moreno. And I had to wear my suit and tie. Enrique was always more formal than casual. Enrique Moreno was brilliant, dedicated, and successful. He was also kind and generous. He showed that kindness and generosity every day he walked into our courthouse and fought for our community. I had the privilege of knowing Enrique beyond his professional excellence. Together, he and I shared countless meals, runs, and laughs. We worked on many campaigns, some more successful than others. He was one of my dearest friends, and I was blessed to have had him in my life. I'd like to share a few memories I have of my friend Enrique. A few years ago, Enrique, Carla, Noelia, and I walked the Camino of Santiago together. If you know Enrique, you know how religious he was and how much he respected prayer. so I don't doubt that he approached the Camino with the correct piety and humility. But boy, did he walk fast. He always had to be first. Almost every Saturday, he and I would run together around Escarete Lake. We would talk about our kids and our lives. It is a time that I will always treasure. But when we reached the last loop, he was always sure he crossed the line first. But that's who Enrique was. He was a doer and a finisher. He didn't just have ideals and big dreams. He saw how the world should be, and he did everything he could to make that a reality. And for him, the way to change the world wasn't the legislature or the business world. It was here in our courthouse. He was committed to the justice system and the legal profession. He believed that the courts were the best equalizer, and he fought to make our community more equal, one client at a time. And when he won, he stood tall next to the client he had done his best for. And when he lost, he stood tall just the same. That's what it is to be a great lawyer, a great counselor, a great man. Enrique stood in this courthouse and taught this community to stand tall through his wins and his losses. He taught us to fight for what we deserved. People ask me, who is the new Enrique Moreno? There is no Enrique Moreno, no new Enrique Moreno. There never will be. He was special, he was brilliant, and he was brave. We were blessed to have him, and worse off for having lost him. Some people are so important, do so much, and ask so little that they can change the course of a community. That is what Enrique did for this community. And everyone who walks into this courthouse should remember him and remember that they too can and should stand tall. On the Camino de Santiago, when you pass another pilgrim, you say Buen Camino. It means have a good journey. The Enrique Moreno County Courthouse will be a great end to Enrique's Buen Camino and an even better stepping stone to our county's Camino. Thank you. And thanks again, Commissioner Robinson, for doing this. Did I lose you?
Thank you, Jaime, Mr. Esparza. Just very, very grateful, that you share. I had a glimpse of your great relationship with Enrique, and everything you said holds true. And so, thank you. Matter of fact, you're the one that shared his life and the relationship. So, thank you very much, Mr. Esparza.
No,
Cesar, go ahead. Go ahead, Jaime. Mr. Esparza,
I think we just lost him. We just lost him.
Okay, go ahead.
Next person we have is Fermin Acosta.
Go ahead, Mr. Acosta.
Good morning. Good morning, Honorable Judge Samaniego and Honorable Commissioners. Thank you for this opportunity to address you this morning. I am extremely excited for your consideration to name the courthouse after the legendary Enrique Moreno. Enrique was a leyenda in his own right. Songs, corridos, are usually written after the legends have passed. However, in his case, a corrido was composed in his honor while he was still alive. This was after the political powers in Texas denying Enrique his nomination by President Clinton to be on the United States Court of Appeals for the Fifth Circuit. Enrique was very humble, kind, very private man, with strong ethics instilled by his parents. Don Manuel, an excellent carpenter, Enriqueta, an exceptional seamstress. He created a prolific law firm as a sole practitioner with 130 active cases. He still made time to assist other lawyers as joint counsel. Despite his extensive successes, he never forgot where he came from. He was the conscience for many of us in our daily and professional lives. Enrique was a lawyer's lawyer, a judge's lawyer, politician's lawyer, and more important, he was the people's lawyer. That's why I called him el abogado del pueblo, the community attorney. Essentially, he concentrated most of his time on legal cases that moved justice forward and successfully sued large corporations, reinvesting earnings from multi-million lawsuits into legal cases where the client could not afford to pay. For the record, he was one of the few attorneys who successfully sued police departments and the FBI for abuse of authority by negligent officers, an issue that has gained national attention, but which Enrique was heavily involved with going back to the 1980s. It did not surprise anyone that the Consul de Mexico hired Enrique to represent them in the 2019 Walmart massacre. Enrique truly loved this community, and this community loved him back. He rejected generous job offers from top law firms to come back to El Paso. On his deathbed, he told us all that he loved us. And I told him loud and proud, Viva el abogado del pueblo. We love you too. He was my best friend, and I loved him. As Joe Spencer said, he was a voice for the voiceless. He brought hope, esperanza to many families. His name on the courthouse will be a beacon of hope for present and future generations. Thank you, Commissioner Robinson, for placing this item on the agenda, and thank you all for supporting this very important endeavor that will promulgate Enrique Moreno's lifelong journey of social justice for all. Mil gracias.
Thank you, Mr. Acosta. Thank you for your very candid, open, and thoughtful comments, and thank you for your friendship. Go ahead, Miguel.
Next person we have is Lily Limon. Go ahead.
Good morning, Mr. Limon.
Good morning. Good morning, Judge and Commissioners Court, and a special good morning to my good friend, Commissioner Carl Robinson. Our community had no greater champion than Enrique Moreno, a Chihuahua native who moved to El Paso as a child, attended Harvard Law School, and returned to El Paso to practice law rather than taking his immense talent elsewhere. He began his career as a personal injury and liability lawyer and worked at various firms before starting his own practice. He won high-profile civil rights cases, was highly rated by numerous legal associations, and was a nominee for the 5th U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals in New Orleans. Not once, but twice. But it was the powers that be of the time that prevented him from getting that decision. One of his greatest accomplishments was the success of countless people throughout the El Paso legal community who counted him as a trusted mentor friend. He volunteered for a wide range of community groups, never turning down requests for assistance. He was active in the Catholic Church and eager to help others. Late in life, he was a key advocate for migrant families struggling to navigate the American legal system, serving as co-counsel for the father of Jacqueline Maquin, a Guatemalan migrant child who died while in the custody of U.S. Customs and Border Protection. Additionally, he served as counsel for the Mexican consulate here in El Paso and was the chair of the Centro Cultural Mexicano Paso del Norte. He also was a dear friend of mine, and I am grateful to have the chance to speak on his behalf. If Enrique was here today, he would say, "No, Lily, no, don't name it after me. There is someone out there that deserves it more." But unfortunately, my dear friend Enrique, you are the one that we want It would be a great honor for the El Paso community if you chose an outstanding champion to serve as our inspiration and rename the El Paso County Courthouse in honor of Enrique Moreno. Thank you very much, Judge. Thank you, Commissioners.
Mrs. Leon, thank you very much. Very special to have you here today and your comments and time. Thank you. So, Miguel, go ahead.
Next person we have is Lynn Coyle.
Good morning, esteemed judge and commissioners. The naming of buildings matters, Enrique would say. He cared about what we saw reflected back at us as we moved through our public spaces. A number of years ago, when Enrique walked out of the Albert Armendariz Sr. Federal Courthouse across the street, he looked up at the sign and said, just think of some little kid seeing that name and realizing that this big, powerful building is named after an Armendariz, a Mexicano, someone who fought to protect our civil rights. He said, that's pretty cool. Enrique believed that his words and actions reflected back on his own community. That's why he held himself to such an impossibly high standard in everything he said and did, because he loved his people, he loved his native language, he loved his border community, he was grateful, and he did not want to disappoint. This building, the El Paso County Courthouse, reverberates with Enrique's bright energy, skill, civility, and values. From our memory, we see glimpses of him holding an elevator door open, conferencing with co-counsel, arguing before a jury. Enrique's excellence fills this sacred space. If you vote to approve this name change, a little kid will come into the county courthouse, see the name Enrique Moreno at the entrance, and ask, who was he? We get to say he was an immigrant. He got his start in Segundo Barrio. He went to Boston to study at the most elite college and the most elite law school. He came back to El Paso to fight brilliant battles against powerful interests in this building. He came back to El Paso to serve and elevate his people. He proudly carried his humble history with him, and it propelled him to greatness. Enrique would want for you to have that same confidence and profound pride in who you are. Commissioners, what you are being urged to do matters. By naming this courthouse the Enrique Moreno County Courthouse, you will do far more than honor an extraordinary person. You will be expressing perfectly what we value as a community. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your time, Lynn, and appreciate your thoughts. Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Next person we have is Homero Galicia.
Yes.
Good morning, Mr. Galicia.
County Judge and Commissioners, thank you for allowing me to speak. I appreciate the opportunity. This is an important opportunity you have before you. I met Enrique in the 1980s. He was beginning his own law firm. We would meet for coffee every week, early in the morning, and we've been doing that all the way through his life. Several of us, and that group still meets. We meet to encourage each other, to talk about local politics and policies. Our interests are in favor of the have-nots, the marginalized of the community. Enrique was a stabilizing conscience. He was our beacon. He could have worked for any big law firm in the country, but he wanted to come back to El Paso and serve this community and make a difference. He was a consummate preparer. He never went anywhere unprepared. He was good at what he did, and over the years he got even better and more effective. He defended those who were abused and discriminated against by government and private organizations. He did not want to defend corporations or government agencies. He wanted to defend people from organizational and personal discrimination. He was good at what he did. He was committed to excellence. And he was eloquent in his presentations and in his life. The key legacy, however, is not that he was good. He was good, yes, at what he did, but he did great things. His legacy is about greatness. His work was great in its impact. He had great impact on people. He was a man of uncompromising integrity to uplifting the have-nots of our community. He encouraged others to do more than good and not to waver, but to hold fast to their convictions and to put others first. It is this legacy of greatness that we want to preserve. We want to preserve it to inspire others who enter into this magnificent building. This is a worthy life of dedication to others. His life was committed to serving others, and that's what his life represents. I would rather have him here than want to name a building after him today. His presence in my life was huge, and I am the man today because I had a friend like Enrique Moreno, and this community had a friend like Enrique Moreno, and you honor this community by naming this building after him, and it's a beautiful opportunity that you have, and thank you for this opportunity. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Mero. Very nice of you, and take the time and share your life and insights about Enrique Moreno. Thank you very much.
Next person we have, Judge, is Queta Fierro.
This is Fierro. Good morning.
Good morning. This is Queta Fierro. I am extremely honored to address the Commissioner's Court today on behalf of my good friend and compadre of nearly 35 years, Enrique Moreno. Everyone who knew Enrique Moreno knew he was a good man, a kind man, a just man, an honest. They may also know that he dedicated his life to helping others, to doing the right thing. Innately, you knew he was a man you could trust. I had the privilege of knowing firsthand that he could be the best of friends as well, that he was loyal to a fault, that he would put your interests ahead of his. If you were fortunate enough to have him represent you as your lawyer, you also knew that he was fierce and that you knew he was the fiercest of advocates. He was an effective and talented lawyer who commanded the respect of the bar, of judges, and those who served on juries to whom he argued. Twice he was nominated by President Bill Clinton to serve as judge on the Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals. He received unanimously the highest rating given judicial nominees by the American Bar Association. Enrique Moreno was born in Chihuahua, Mexico. His parents immigrated to El Paso from Chihuahua when he was a child. His mother was a seamstress and his father was a carpenter. He attended public schools, and after graduating from Austin High School, he received his undergraduate degree from Harvard University and received his law degree from Harvard Law School. Enrique believed in the law. Though he wasn't born in El Paso, he was a child of our great city and a proud member of this community and the legal community. He was a tremendous amount of pride to El Paso and always sought to make his community a better, safer, and more just place for all, regardless of race, age, or political affiliation. Enrique was a friend to all. He was dedicated to helping people without a voice. He was a warrior for justice. He never turned his back on any request for assistance, counsel, or anyone who asked for his advice. He was a humble man and an amazing mentor. Enrique always sought ways to improve our legal system, enforce ethics, and assist young lawyers as they begin their careers. For all those who miss Enrique and the goodness and justice he represented in the courtroom and in the broader community, and for all those he impacted through his good work, dedicating our county courthouse in his name, will remind us of the enduring values of which he fought for so valiantly over the years. I can't think of more appropriate facility to be named in his honor, given the countless hours, days, and years he spent there fighting for justice. To have the El Paso County Courthouse named in honor of such a brilliant attorney, humble servant, and warrior for justice is to honor the community of the county of El Paso. I wholeheartedly encourage you to bestow this honor on him and in our community. And I loved Enrique like a son, and I just urge everybody to vote yes. Gracias. Que Dios los bendiga. Thank you. Hello.
Igualmente, Mrs. Fierro. Thank you so much for your service and your dedication to our community. Always very thoughtful, and thank you for the time. Thank you, Keta. Go ahead, Miguel.
Gracias. Going over time.
Next person we have is Ms. Belen Robles.
Mrs. Robles, good morning.
Good morning. Honorable Judge and members of the Commissioners Court. I thank you for giving me the opportunity to voice my total support in this issue you are considering today, the naming of the courthouse after one of the most deserving persons that I have had the pleasure to know, and that's Enrique Moreno. I am going to be brief. I can only tell you that I support the many comments that have been already voiced, but I would be remiss if I didn't add mine to it, because I had the privilege and the honor of knowing Enrique and working with him on various efforts for the betterment of our community. He will ensure that our values, our contributions, our heritage was made known and established for future generations. And that was one of the reasons he dedicated so much of his time and talents in making sure that we established an El Paso Mexican American Cultural Center. And his efforts were broadly known, where he got strong support from presidents of the United States, as well as leaders from across the country. And so all I can say is that I can think of no other person more deserving to have the county courthouse named after than Enrique Moreno. So thank you very much for allowing me to have my small say, and I thank Carl Robinson for putting it on the agenda and allowing the community to express their opinion. Thank you very much, and God bless you.
God bless you too, Mrs. Robles, and thank you, and also for your dedication to the community and your involvement in your own recognition and national recognitions that you've had. So we want to thank you for everything you do and have done. Thank you. Go ahead, Miguel.
Next person we have is Olga Jaques.
Good morning,
Go ahead,
Judge
Olga.
and Commissioners. Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Olga Herrera Jaques, and I was blessed and honored to work with Enrique Moreno for over 27 years. Enrique was my boss, my brother, and my friend. He was the most brilliant, compassionate, respectful, kind, and giving person I have ever known. He had a passion for justice, and he fought to make sure everyone in this community was served well. No case was too small for Enrique, and no person was less than. He was a giant when he stood up for the voiceless and the indigent. It was my sincere privilege to help him stand up for the voiceless. Enrique loved the courtroom, and he loved trials. He and I were a great team, and in 2014, we were honored by the El Paso Paralegal Association with the Best Attorney Paralegal Team Award. We used to joke that one day we would be wheeled out of the courthouse together and that people would beg us to finally please retire. Together, he and I waited for many, many juries to come back with a verdict. We both loved and hated those long, stressful, and nail-biting hours and days. Enrique taught me to handle every verdict with calm, dignity, and respect. Enrique didn't enjoy getting compliments or titles, but he was great at giving them and making others feel important and appreciated. I will never forget when he spoke at a Legal Secretaries Association meeting on the topic of trying a case in court. He ended his speech by saying, "I will never select a jury or try a case without Olga by my side." Though he was the spotlight of the meeting, he always found a way to point the spotlight to others. He made me feel 10 feet tall on that day. He had an incredible humility. He rarely told me about his awards. Most of the time, I would hear that he'd been honored when other people talked about it. Enrique loved the law and everything it stood for, and he felt it could be improved. He always strived to make the law in our community better. I believe his spirit of justice will live in the courthouse forever. It is where his light shone brightest, and he will always be a beacon of hope and justice for all who enter. Enrique literally worked to the end. When Enrique passed away, we all suffered an immeasurable loss. But we were all tremendously blessed for the short time we spent with the selfless gift from God that was Enrique. Those of us who knew him, I feel, are better because of him. And this courthouse is better because of him. This courthouse is the perfect site to bear his name and pay tribute to an El Paso's warrior and campeón for justice, who so deeply loved and who tirelessly served his community and the law. Thank you, Commissioner Robinson, and God bless you all.
Olga, thank you very much. And your proximity and relationship, you have an insight that most of us would never have, and I know you're blessed by that that vantage point that you've had. So thank you very much for offering your insight as well. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for.
Next person we have is David Jerome.
Mr. Jerome, thank you for being here with us.
It's an absolute pleasure. Let me just say that on behalf of the chamber, but on behalf of me personally, I do wish I knew Mr. Moreno better. But one thing I can say is I do know him by reputation, and I think that others should as well, which is why I personally support the renaming of this county courthouse. I think that's a perfectly fitting way to make sure people remember his legacy. And I think more than ever, remembering somebody with such a strong reputation and wonderful legacy of fighting for the rights of the downtrodden, this remains vital and more important than ever. And I do appreciate what you're all doing at the county commissioners to make this happen. And Judge, thank you for reminding us of how important this all is in this day and age, and very happy to comment. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for taking the time and your friendship. Thank you.
Judge, that is all.
Miguel?
That is all that we had in our public comment call-in queue. That is all we had.
Okay, thank you. Well, as I said, I'd like to have the commissioners, I'll go last just to honor what you're saying, each one of you. And I'll start off back to Commissioner Robinson, if you want to, your words and final thoughts before we move to the other commissioners.
Go ahead, Commissioner. You were muted.
Judge, I'd let the other commissioners go ahead, speak, and then I'll go last.
Okay, go ahead, Commissioner Leon.
Judge and commissioners, usually I've got to say that Enrique was my best friend. Usually I get right to the point. I say what I have to say and get off. Today is different. I met Enrique back in 1998, 1999, Project Change. And this program was to end racism and bigotry in El Paso. And I remember he gave me his card. And when I came home, I told my wife, I've got to remember this person. He's different. And just in looking at him, that first day that I met him, I thought to myself, what a sincere person, what a brilliant person. And what can I say today that hasn't been said? What feelings can I express that haven't been expressed? But I will say this. You know, you hear talk about the 100-year rain, the 100-year storm. And I'd like to say that Enrique was a 100-year man. In my 68 years on this earth, I've never met anybody like him, and I don't think I ever will. You hear people talk, whether it's a political person, and they use words as weapons. And Enrique used words, but to unite, words of peace, and most especially, as has been already stated, words of justice. Many, many times we would have conversations, and he was with me through all my political campaigns. And I've never met somebody that could be, at the end of a rough day that I needed to speak to him, we would sit down and I'd ask his opinion. And he would tell me this, this, and this. There was a time that I was, during my tenure as chief of police, it was a bumpy road. And I'd go to his office and say, Enrique, I want to do this, I want to do that, I want to do this. And he would tell me, Chief, let's talk. And I would say, oh, I knew he was right. I always knew he was right. I would many times try to talk him into running for political office. And he would always say, no, he would look at me and say, I want you to seek that office. He was always behind the scenes. And all of us, everybody you heard speak today, he helped. He was a tremendous mentor in my life. Somebody who I knew I could always count on. And when we lost him, as I've told many of the callers today, that I felt lost. I felt like all of a sudden I'm an orphan. And to replace him is going to be impossible. By far, when we do take our vote, I see it as in my almost 8 years on the court, this will be the most important, the most heartfelt, and especially the proudest vote I have ever taken and will ever take is this one here. And Commissioner Robinson, thank you for bringing this to a vote. I'd like to add, if you don't mind, that on the day that we unveil the name on the courthouse, that we make it an Enrique Moreno Day. And I would like to bring the resolution on that day and invite his family and friends to join us as we unveil the lettering. But thank you all. I know Enrique is listening. I know he is honored to have this. And I thank all the friends and family that have called in for letting us, the court, be part of this great day, this great event. Thank you.
Commissioner, thank you for your very heartfelt words. Appreciate that. Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Perez?
Thank you, Judge. Thank you, Commissioners. Thank you, Commissioner Robinson, for putting this item on the agenda. I think this is a very fitting tribute to such an extraordinary human being. I think Judge Dominguez said it best that if Enrique were here, he was so humble. I don't think he'd want the courthouse named after him, but Judge Dominguez said it best, where it's not about honoring Enrique, it's about honoring who we choose to honor and who we choose to celebrate, and who somebody who left a lasting impression on our community. I had the privilege of meeting Enrique when I was a young congressional staffer back in 2006, 2007. And I heard him speak at an event. I had never met Mr. Moreno, but I heard him speak for the first time, and he was so captivating with his oratory. Anybody who remembers Enrique Moreno knows that he was always selected to be the speaker, either the main speaker at several events in our community or the moderator of events, because he had such powerful oratory. When he spoke, people listened. And he was a man just of impeccable integrity. There was just such a kindness about him. I remember when I first introduced myself, again, I was just a low-level staffer, but he took tremendous amount of time to get to know me, to ask me questions, I'm just so very glad to have known him. I think his legacy is reflected in everybody who spoke today. I think if he were here today, he would certainly, I think, be very, very proud of everybody who spoke. And I think this is such a fitting tribute. I don't think there are enough courthouses in our community or in this state or in this country that could be named after him. But I do thank Commissioner Robinson for putting this item on the agenda. I do think it is a fitting tribute for Enrique Moreno, and I look forward to unveiling the naming of the courthouse after such an extraordinary man.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Perez. Commissioner Stout.
Thank you, Judge. And thank you, Commissioner Robinson, for placing this on the agenda. Thank you to all of the leaders in this community that called in and spoke about the influence that Enrique Moreno had upon them. It's quite obvious that he had very, very wide breadth of influence on so many different people, and that itself is in itself a tribute to who he was. I did not have the opportunity to get to know Enrique as well as so many of the folks that were on this call or that called in. But I as well have many memories of being in the same room as him and hearing him speak. And I agree with Commissioner Perez. He always seemed to kind of sit in the back and was always very quiet. But when he got up to speak, he had he had a command presence that was unlike any other, and I was always so I really looked up to the way he could articulate and that's just the way that he spoke. And you know, I know that hearing all of the folks call in today, he, you know, he was such a great man, and so you know, I agree 100% with folks that called in, with the members on the Commissioners Court, and you know, I hope that every day that we walk into the courthouse, once it bears his name, we remember the work that he did, you know, the legacy that he has left behind, and that we all strive to emulate, you know, the actions and the manners and the values that he embodied, and that so many of his friends spoke about today. Again, we may try to emulate. Nobody will ever get to that level, but I think that having his name on our courthouse will push us to do so. And what other name could be more fitting for a building like the courthouse? And so, thank you again, Commissioner Robinson, for giving us the opportunity to do this. It's going to be a great honor for Mr. Moreno and for our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Stout. Appreciate your thoughts and insight. Commissioner Robinson, you want to go ahead and?
Judge, thank you, Judge. I'll be brief. You know, just Enrique Moreno, when you didn't have to see Enrico, you could be in the same room, but you don't have to see him. You can feel his presence when you walk in the room. That's the impact that he had on me, and I know that the same felt by many others. There are many other people the multitude of other people that would have called in and were scheduled to call in to speak, but the list goes on and on and on, and to accolades for Enrique Moreno. There's no greater person that I could think of at this time that, as I indicated, has been indicated before me, that the county courthouse should be named after Enrique Moreno. It's my honor and
Thank
my
you,
pleasure.
Commissioner. Go ahead.
Yeah, and I know you're going to speak, Judge, but I want to cast the first vote to make the motion that the county courthouse be named after Enrique Moreno.
Absolutely.
And I'd be honored to be able to second that.
Thank you, Commissioner Leon.
But before we take the vote, Judge, it would be very fitting for you to say what you were going to say before we vote.
Okay, thank you. No, I really appreciate the opportunity. You know, I'm a late friend, you know, and it's sort of humbling to be that late friend, because I had a small peek into his life, but it didn't matter. It didn't matter how small the peek was, and you looked in, and once you looked in and he made you a part of his life, then you became that friend that it was to myself as he was to somebody, and we've all heard some incredible relationships, and probably one of the most humbling. He introduced me several times during my campaign. And when he introduced you and you heard the accolades, they weren't accolades that he was saying, this is who you are, but this is who you better be. And he would remind you, these are your traits and abilities, but you just felt that he was going to make you accountable for whatever he said about you. Sometimes he saw things that I didn't see in myself, and I hear that tremendously a lot, you know, that he would see something in us that was maybe in the shadows, and he brought it out. He would bring that out. And so very, you know, it's very unique relationships that we all have. There's so much similarity, and then there's so much differences between all the relationships and how intense they were. You know, if you think about it, some of the people that spoke today probably would be entitled to have that building named after them. And we've had people with national recognitions that are yielding their, you know, who they are, to say this is the person that should be. And that's, if you could see just by looking at and who was on speaking on his behalf and the commissioners, Commissioner Leon, and your relationship with him, how strong it was. These are people that are extremely, we sort of listen to who said what, and then you start realizing how important this man has been and how he's touched. I try to do the adjectives. I said, I'm going to sort of list the adjectives, and then I'll sort of put a little notch on, okay, they've already said this about him, but it never ends. I mean, you just keep going and going, and you're able to, have these notches and adjectives and accolades about who he is that are endless, that I've never seen anything like that. I've never seen such a unanimous kind of the spirit that he has, even with people that he challenged, respect him dearly. And I had a conflict because I know that if he had been here, he would be the biggest protester. He didn't want us to have to eulogize him, and we know we did the same thing. We decided, okay, we can't do that at the service, but we're going to do it afterwards. And we were able to speak about him. And I know I was uncomfortable because he is so humble and always made it clear that someone was better than him, which is hard for anybody to believe. But I know that without contaminating this incredible, beautiful, unanimous process, I know that he would have wanted his friend. And we all know, I don't have to say who that friend was. He would have loved that. But I think that, that person as well would rather choose Enrique. And I'm very confident of that. So it's difficult to, when someone that was so adamant about humbleness. So once again, thank you, Judge Dominguez, because the way you put it in the perspective was it's not about him, but it's about our community being honored and how we, and also some thoughts from other individuals saying how he was nurtured by this community and became the man that he became, that we responded to him. And so we find ourselves in a unique situation of wanting a very humble man to receive such a recognition to the point that, we never ignored what he told us, but I think this time we do ignore what he would want. And I think he would understand that if we do this, this is going to be for the greater good for our community. And he is that person that's going to bring that. The words of Jaime saying that the courts were an equalizer showed his level of justice, because it is, you go in there, you're poor, and you're not at an advantage, but when you got to the courthouse, that was going to be the equalizer. And then to have people like Enrique, that really was the equalizer. He could compensate for any disadvantages. And it's really remarkable that this is one of the most important men in our community that was not appointed. And this will be our way of saying to everyone who was opposed to him, we're very sorry, but you were very wrong in your decision not to have this gentleman be appointed. And I hope that it bears witness to people that politically maneuver and decide for themselves what should and shouldn't happen against everything that was said about him. And so this is our opportunity to say, once again, you were wrong and we were right. So thank you. Go ahead, Caesar.
Judge,
call the
Judge,
yes, sir.
Judge, before we close, I'll be remiss if I didn't recognize a few people. First of all, I want to recognize my staff
absolutely.
that did an outstanding job to put this together. I want to make sure that, as a matter of record, that the documents that Judge Chu talked about be entered as a matter of record for this issue, as well as the list of people that called in. I have a list of those individuals as a matter of record, and as well as some news articles that would like to make sure all those documents be entered as a matter of record on this item. And Commissioner Leon, I promise you that the day of the dedication, when we dedicate this building, it will be a momentous day. And we have great plans for that day. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Commissioner Robinson. Great thoughts, great. And like we said, there's Commissioner Leon said this. We go through a very difficult times. We've got the COVID. We've got all of these difficult issues, and But when we have this type of initiative, it's just so uplifting that brings that hope that we're able to recognize great people under very difficult times, and that he came to the surface as he always did, no matter what he tried not to. But so this is a great day, a great opportunity for us as commissioners to have a little bit of that feeling that we gave something back to this incredible mentor and a man of a huge heart, and I guess the best word, a giant in our community. Go ahead, Cesar, call the vote, please.
Commissioner Perez.
Aye.
Commissioner Leon.
A very humbled, but the proudest vote in my tenure today. Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson.
Is God will. Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Well, a very small gesture to a great man, and it relieves my heart to know that we were able to give something back to him as much as he gave to us. Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you, Commissioners, and thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Commissioner Robinson. Great topic for today. Thank you. Appreciate it. It'll be lifelong remembered. Go ahead, Cesar. Cesar, I want to remind you, we're scheduled at 12 o'clock or 12:15 to have a lunch break, just so we could get ourselves back in order and composure. And so whatever you could do to, move us into something that fits in between now and 12:15.
Okay. At Commissioner Leon's
we do have
request,
18, I believe.
We're going to move to 18.
I believe someone, 18 was offered, was asked that we move up.
Yes, sir. Item number 18 from Budget and Finance. Receive a presentation from the Financial Recovery Division on the third quarter collection results. Further, approve and authorize the county judge to sign the second amendment to collection services agreement with Harris & Harris Ltd. for collection services for the County of El Paso for a month-to-month extension not to exceed 6 months. Contract number 2020-0676.
Good morning, Judge Commissioners. Wally Hargrove from the Office of Budget and Fiscal Policy. The item before you today, we have prepared a presentation of our third quarter results for collections from the Financial Recovery Division of the Office of Budget and Fiscal Policy. Also on today's item, I had a second amendment on with the firm of Harris & Harris, the county's current third-party administrator for this collection agreement. We have received their 1295 form, but we have not received confirmation as to their agreement to the second amendment, so I will be asking the court to take no action on that portion of today's agenda item, but we would like to finish and give you the presentation and keep the spirit of the item. With that, I'd like to turn this item over to Mr. Derek Ware, my Financial Recovery Division Manager, and a member of his staff, Ms. Lorena Rios.
Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. My name is Derek Ware, Financial Recovery Services Manager under the Budget and Fiscal Policy Department. This presentation is on third quarter performance in comparison to the same time last fiscal year. The data will illustrate how the COVID-19 pandemic has impacted production, and we will review some approaches we have taken to curb the pandemic's impact. The slides detail a lot of data. Due to time constraints, we will focus on third quarter performance. Next slide, please. We start by reviewing the 7 payment stations responsible for receiving revenue. These are 7 payment stations which are offices throughout the county. Our downtown office, Deputy Pete Herrera station, which is out in Clint, Northeast Annex, Isleta Annex, our ePay site, our kiosk site, and other stations. Other stations meaning payments that are taken at the court level but are driven through our office's efforts. Due to the pandemic, 3 of our annex locations was closed during the third quarter. public perception for the downtown office was that it was also closed. Our office started addressing these factors by increasing our communication with the public, sending out mass notices such as letters, text messages, emails, and phone calls, informing the public of which offices are open, and we will provide 100% of our services. We are providing 100% of our services through telecommunication, relative email, allowing our clients to take pictures of their documents and email them to us so they maintain that social distance and don't have to come to our downtown office. We have been aggressive by promoting our online payments. We saw an increase for our online payments for third quarter. We anticipate that increase will continue for fourth quarter. Recently, the Deputy Pete Herrera Annex opened. JP6 and Constable 6 has done a fantastic job ensuring the safety of everyone in that building. Next slide, please. Okay. This slide is the same measures as the previous with year-to-date data. To give you an idea of how hard the pandemic has impacted our office, we are about 800,000 less for FY20 year-to-date compared to the same time last year. Next slide, please. These are the types of court fees paid through one of our 7 payment stations we just discussed. Fees such as civil court fees, county criminal court fees, district court fees, JP court fees, jury contempt fees, and first chance program enrollment fees. And Lorena Rios will discuss the first chance program a little bit more in detail a few slides from now. Next slide, please. This slide is the same measures as the previous with year-to-date data. Next slide, please. One of the payment stations we monitor closely is the kiosk. Currently, there are 3 kiosks throughout the county. Our Northwest Annex, which is accessible 24/7, our Northeast Annex, which is accessible 24/7, and our Escarate Annex, which is in the lobby of the tax office and is only accessible during business hours. Just as we have done with online payments, we are increasing our public outreach to inform the public of the 24/7 kiosk locations. Not only do we monitor payments, but we also, at the time of the day, we monitor when those payments are taken. The time of the day helps us know how successful those 27 accessible machines are working. We have started the implementation of a 4th kiosk to be placed at the Eastside Annex. Due to the pandemic, that implementation has slowed down, but it is something we are currently working towards. Next slide, please. This slide is the same measures as the previous with year-to-date data. Next slide, please. In our office, we monitor the average cost per case on the 5 major court fees our office addresses. We monitor average cost per case to project eligible fees to pursue leading into the next few quarters. Our office does not influence average cost per case. Average cost per case is dependent on the number of cases disposed by courts. For third quarter, we saw a decrease in average cost per case. This is one of the reasons is because of an increase of dismissed and waived fees. Due to the pandemic, we have seen more courts dismissing and waiving fees due to financial hardship and the court's efforts trying to work with those individuals. Next slide, please. This slide is the same measure as the previous with year-to-date data. Next slide, please. This slide illustrates the 5 major types of cases and its value that is normally referred to our office. In third quarter, many of the court's dockets had come to a halt, directly impacting the fees we could pursue. The courts are slowly moving forward with their dockets. Due to social distancing, many of the courts are holding video hearings, which increases time spent addressing a single case, resulting in fewer cases disposed, therefore less for us to pursue. Next slide, please. This slide is the same measures as the previous with year-to-date data. Next slide, please. In our office, we closely monitor the number of financial interviews conducted and amount of public assisted through our 4 locations that are normally open to the public. Financial interviews to determine what is someone's payment arrangements going to be. Again, our office makes every effort to work with an individual based on their financial situation. Due to the reduction of disposed cases, we have been conducting fewer financial interviews. One of the ways we have continued to maintain services to the public is by increasing our outbound call volume. Make contact with our clients, identify those that are struggling during the pandemic, and we're working with them by granting them either extensions on their payment arrangements, deferred payments to the end of their payment arrangements, those types of things. Our goal is to assist everyone we can so they can continue to be successful and satisfy their legal obligation. Next slide, please. I have mentioned our increase with public in efforts to provide information. These slides illustrate our call volume for third quarter. However, it only reflects call volume at our downtown office. With 86% of our staff teleworking, ITD, who has done a fantastic job working with our team and providing us with the capability to call our clients through software applications. Right now, that is how the bulk of our outbound contacts are being conducted. We are working on capturing this information so we could show those efforts. And we should have those available by fourth quarter. Next slide, please. This slide is the same measures as the previous slide, but with year-to-date data. Next slide, please. To help give us an idea of our outbound efforts, we like to compare it to two other county offices with similar call volume. This slide shows the total call volume compared to DRO and county switchboard. We have found that those two offices typically have, or those two operations typically have similar call volume. This is another way we confirm our team is maximizing efforts. Every quarter we run performance measures and we're constantly viewing how can we increase production? How can we increase revenue? How can we increase our communication with our clients? And this is one way that we do that. Next slide, please. This slide is the same measures as the previous with year-to-date data. To give you an idea of our typical call volume in normal conditions or normal old conditions, looking at FY19 quarters 1 through 3, our office handled about 74,000 calls. It's a lot of calls. For the same time frame for FY20, we're down about 16,000 calls in comparison. And again, these are for our offices. This information does not capture what we are doing through those high-speed software applications IT has provided us, and we're working on gathering that information. Next slide, please. We are currently contracted for third-party collection efforts. This slide shows the number of cases and value referred to a collection agency for third quarter. Number of cases and its value was down for third quarter. This is due to us handling cases and working them longer at the local level. As we have discussed, we increased our contact with clients to confirm if they were no longer complying with their payments due to COVID-19, if they were struggling because perhaps they had lost their job or their job was froze or they were sent home because of the pandemic. These individuals, we do not want to refer to a third-party collection agency and have them endure a collection agency fee. For this reason, a lot of the cases we are holding on to, giving them the opportunity to satisfy their case at the local level. As long as they are making an honest effort, we will continue to work the case locally before sending it to a collection agency. Next slide, please. This slide is the same measures as the previous with year-to-date data. Next slide, please. We have developed a great partnership with the county and district courts to establish what is called a financial recovery status hearing. These hearings are used to return a litigant back to court when they are no longer making that honest effort, when they are no longer complying with the court order to satisfy the fees of their legal obligation. Lorena Rios is with us this morning and will walk us through the next slides.
Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. My name is Lorena Rios, and I will be sharing hearings and first chance program data with you. I'm sorry, can you go back one more slide? On this slide, the graph on the top represents the number of hearings requested, not set, and set for county and district courts for fiscal year 19. The graph directly below that shows the same information for fiscal year 20, and as you can see, there was a decrease, as the courts are currently prioritizing other hearing types due to the pandemic. Next slide, please. This slide shows the dollar value of hearings requested, not set and set. The top graph shows fiscal year 19 quarter 3 stats, while the bottom graph shows fiscal year 20 quarter 3 stats. This slide reflects the same decrease as the previous slide. Even though the courts are currently not setting FRD status hearings, we are still maintaining communication with the courts on a monthly basis to be updated on their processes. Once the courts start setting hearings again, we expect to see an increase for both county and district courts. Next slide, please. Here we have the comparative data for the number of hearings requested, not set and set for quarters 1 through 3 for fiscal year 19 in the top graph and fiscal year 20 on the bottom graph. The arrows above the bars on the bottom graph show the exact reduction of hearings. Next slide, please. This slide shows the dollar value of hearings requested, not set and set for the first 3 quarters of fiscal year 19 and fiscal year 20. Again, the reduction is reflected on the bottom graph. Next slide, please. These next few slides will show First Chance program stats. The graph in the top left shows fees recovered for 3rd quarter for fiscal year 19 and fiscal year 20. Below that, you'll see the number of referrals for the same time frame. The data show an increase in both. On the top right, we have fiscal year 19 quarter 3 community service hours completed, as well as the dollar value to the community. We use the rate of $25.10 based on data from the independentsector.org. And directly below that, we have fiscal year 20 quarter 3 community service stats. And we did experience a decrease as various community service centers closed to comply with state and local orders due to the pandemic. Next slide, please. This is the comparative slide for fees recovered, referrals, and community service hours for the first 3 quarters of fiscal year 19 and fiscal year 20. There is a similar trend to the previous slides where we see an increase in fees recovered and referrals while we see a decrease in the number of community service hours completed and value to the community. Next slide, please. Here we can see the completion rate for the First Chance program for fiscal year 19 and fiscal year 20 quarter 3. There was an increase in referrals, completions, and active cases, while there was a decrease in failures and terminations, as well as the success rate. This is due in part to success rate for fiscal year 20 quarter 3, including active participants. Next slide, please. Lastly, this slide shows comparative First Chance program completion rate data for first 3 quarters of fiscal year 19 and fiscal year 20. We can see that there was an increase in referrals, completions, failures, active cases, and success rate, while there was a decrease in terminations. Due to the pandemic, the only requirement to complete the program is to pay the program enrollment fee. The community service hour requirements have been waived until further notice. Next slide, please. This concludes our presentation. Thank you very much for your time. Do we have any questions?
Excuse me, Commissioners.
Judge, Yes, ma'am. Judge, Wally Hargrove from the Office of Budget and Fiscal Policy. So this is the presentation that we've prepared, and we prepare on a quarterly basis. And during the last few weeks and last couple of months during the pandemic, I've tasked my team with looking at our current third-party agreement and our service contract. Of course, this is a very difficult time for collections, but also our contract came upon an expired term at the end of July. Sent you a highlight a few weeks ago and gave you an update as to our desire to extend the current contract only on a month-to-month basis as we look at reviewing the RFP, finishing that off, and going out to bid for these services to see what we can do to get in the most qualified firm to assist us in these collections during the upcoming fiscal year and fiscal years to come. As I noted, I would ask that no action be taken on the contract term yet, as the current firm has not accepted the Second Amendment. They did send us the 1295 form related to the Second Amendment, but had yet to formally accept the amendment itself. With that, I would open it up for any questions and comments, and I understand we do have some public speakers regarding this item as well, sir.
Judge?
Judge, you're muted, Judge.
Miguel, go ahead and let's hear from our public speakers or public comments.
The first person we have is Rebecca Bustamante.
Go ahead, Rebecca.
Good morning, commissioners. Good morning, commissioners and everybody. I just wanted to say that I would like to request that at least 2 of our JPs be included in the selection of the collection agency. Because of the impact that it has in our JPs, particularly with collections, is the reason why I'm asking that at least 2 of our judges participate.
Thank you, and I'll take it up with legal as to what we need to do about that. And but thank you for that insight, Judge. Thank you.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Miguel.
Next person we have is Mr. Brian Haggerty.
Good morning, Judge and Commissioner.
Go ahead, sir.
You all hear
Morning,
me?
Judge.
Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. My only concern with the outside agency is 3 years ago, I don't believe on my personal opinion, the contract was issued to a third party fairly. It didn't follow the Texas statute, which says that the minimum bid has to be 30%. So I just want to make sure that if this does go out to bids, that every company that bids gets a fair shake at the contract. And that's my only concern.
Thank you. Thank you, Judge Haggerty.
Next person we have is
Go ahead,
Stephanie
Miguel.
Fritz.
Who is that again? I didn't catch
Judge
the name.
Stephanie
Miguel.
Fritz. Judge Stephanie Fritz.
Oh, thank you.
Go ahead, Judge.
Judge Fritz,
Good
go
morning.
ahead.
Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. This is Judge Stephanie Fritzy. I am currently your Justice of the Peace, Precinct 7. Thank you for allowing me to speak today. And I, too, believe with the rest of the JPs that we would like a seat at the table for the selection process for the new collection agency. It does affect us tremendously, and as far as our revenue coming in for those uncollected fees and fines. Years past, we have not been able to be part of the selection process. Looking at today's presentation, we saw numbers for district and county courts, but I didn't see, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I didn't see anything for JPs. And so we would like to be part of the process because it does affect us, and we would like to be part of for you to see our statistics as well as far as our revenues coming in as well. Thank you, Commissioners, and have a wonderful day.
Thank you. Miguel?
Next person is Judge Ruben Lujan.
Judge
Yes,
Lujan,
good morning.
go ahead.
Good morning, Commissioners and Judge Samaniego. This is Judge Ruben Lujan out of Precinct 6-1. You know, we have come a long way when this program first was started as a pilot program granted by the commissioners back in 2003. By 2005, most of all of the JPs were participating, and our revenues were beginning to be collected. So basically repeating what the other JPs have says, we were not part of the selection committee 3 years ago, and I'm asking for you to allow 1 or 2 JPs to participate in the selected committee for the upcoming RFPs for whoever you all decide to hire. If granted, I'm sure that we will put an item agenda, and the Council of Judges will select 1 or 2, whatever you decide, to represent the JPs. But it has to go also through the JPs Council of Judges to do the selection. Our next scheduled meeting is August the 21st at 10 a.m. And basically, you know, we're all on board, hoping to help be able to collect on all delinquent fines. And I thank you for your time and your consideration on this particular matter. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Judge Lujan. Consideration well taken. Thank you.
Last person,
Miguel?
Last person we have is Carmen Perez.
Go ahead,
Good morning.
Ms. Perez.
Good morning, County Judge, Commissioners, Ms. Keller. My name is Carmen Perez. I'm with Delgado Acosta, Spencer, Linebarger, and Perez, and I'd like to speak on agenda item number 18. The agenda backup information states that a new request for proposals will be issued in the next few weeks for the collection of delinquent fines and fees. There is no fiscal impact to the county for this type of RFP. In other words, there will be no cost to the county because the law assesses a 30% collection fee that's paid by defendants who fail to pay their fines timely. A vendor only gets paid if it is successful in collecting the fines and fees. We respectfully request that the county not use cost as an evaluation factor for this type of RFP because there is no financial impact to the county, and the county can focus on the best services that vendors can provide the county at no cost. The previous RFP made cost an evaluation factor, and the current vendor contracted to do the work for less than 30%. And the result was poor collection rates, as seen in slide 18 of the Financial Recovery Division's presentation. You can also refer to our letter that we sent the court on June 15th, where we compare collection rates before the current vendor and the previous vendor, which was our firm. By leaving cost out of the evaluation process, all vendors who submit proposals will focus on providing its best services to the county. The county, in turn, can evaluate vendors based on the best services and collection programs that vendors have to offer. I can answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Perez. Appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you for your comments. Go ahead, Miguel.
That is all that we had, Judge.
Well, just want to make a quick comment. A lot of people have reached out to me and felt that the previous process was, nothing wrongdoing or anything like that, but they felt it could have been a much better process. And I think that's what we're all looking for. And I know myself that, I'll be very focused on making sure that it's on a, level playing field, that we take into consideration the JP's consideration of what they'd like to see. And we just want this to be very open, transparent process where everybody feels that they have a similar opportunity to go through the bidding process. So I'll make sure that I keep my eye on that. Commissioner Leon, please.
Yes, Judge, thank you. In the last few months, or in the last several months, I've had many calls about the lack of service that we're getting from H&H, and they're conflicting. One of the things that, and I'll ask Wally, H&H failed to send the amendment that I don't understand, that we should have gotten, or it is not due right now in some time in the near future. And I'm concerned about the 30% as opposed to the 25%. Did that give another firm an edge that maybe they shouldn't have had? So there's a lot of confliction here. And I don't want the county to go and extend it for another year until the court is convinced that that is the best route to go. But it seems to me that we've got a company that is supposed to be collecting for us, but we're not taking full advantage of this. I understand that we're trying to save our taxpayers some money, but at the same time, the people that owe money to the county don't owe it to the county, they owe it to the taxpayers of El Paso. So a lot of confliction here. I just want to make sure that we go in the right direction.
Thank you, Commissioner Leon. Wally, there was a question would you respond to that?
Yes, sir. On the item for have not received the Second Amendment back, we just finished that Second Amendment draft with county attorneys the week before last, sent that Second Amendment to the vendor in the middle of last week. So we have not received that back yet. So that is my reasoning for asking that no action be taken on the month-to-month extension. It is not our recommendation to extend for a year. There are 2 one-year options, and that is we're not making that recommendation. Worked with legal counsel and asked that this be a month-to-month extension for a period not to exceed 6 months until such time that we finalize the specifications for the RFP, go out to bid, and successfully select a vendor. As far as the request from the Council of Judges, the Council of Justices to have 2 members on the committee, I would ask that we keep the committee to a reasonable and manageable size. Purchasing recommends somewhere between 5 to 7 members. I would also ask that if we were to consider a member of the Council of Justices, that we also include a member of the Council of Judges, as we make collections on behalf of not only the JP courts, but also the civil and district county courts and district courts as well. As far as the cost, we did make mention on the fiscal impact that there is indeed no fiscal impact to the county of El Paso, as any costs associated with collections are passed on to the actual individual that has the judgment against them as well. When we engaged in this agreement a little over 3 years ago, we did work with legal counsel as to the ability for the county to accept a proposal to pass the cost on to the consumer of less than 30%, and at that point in time, we had received a favorable recommendation for that consideration. Available for any other questions the court may have, and I'm not sure if Mrs. Sanchez from legal wanted to weigh in on anything.
Judge, this is Commissioner Robinson.
Go ahead, Commissioner Robinson.
I have several questions.
Go ahead.
First of all, the proposal by the JPs as well as the other judges, I would support that effort to include them in that process. But going forward, the questions I have is, number one, what is the standard for collection? Is it 30%, 20%, 50%, or what? What is the federal standard?
Statutes provide a provision of a collection fee to be assessed at the amount of 30%.
Go ahead.
If there is a standard in the statute sets a maximum of 30%.
Maximum 30%. Okay, so why do we go with 25%?
That was in an effort to go ahead, Keller.
If I may,
go ahead.
So, Judge, Commissioners, the reason why we thought a 25% collection rate for those who are indebted to the county was beneficial to the county is because if you're paying $100, if you have $100 to make a payment and you owe the county $1,000, when you make a payment, $25 is first going to go to the collection agency and then $75 to the county. And actually, I believe that the way, correct me if I'm wrong, Wally, but the way it works is the first 250 goes to the collection agency and then the next 750 goes to the county?
If paid in full, yes. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so from a citizen of El Paso or a person who owes El Paso County money, you're either going to have to pay, if you owe us even $1,000, you're either going to pay $1,250 through collections through our current agreement with Harris and Harris, or you're going to pay $1,300. And if we go with somebody who is a 30%, so we would be adding less expense to our community who owes us money by going with a collection agency that collects less of it for their own operating cost. Correct, Wally?
Okay,
yes, ma'am.
So my next question is, the current contractor that we have, what is the comparison for the collection rate of the collection over the past 2 years? Is it more or less?
Well, their fee is the 25%, but their collection rate has been somewhat low. As far as being able to, it's been under 2% of what's been referred to them. I know the firm originally was given a large volume of cases that were very, very old, but overall their percent is less than 2%.
2% compared to what do we get previously?
So being able to compare what we received previously to what this firm provides us is difficult and almost impossible. And the reason I say that is the current agreement, the H&H does not get a payment or they retain their percentage unless they actually make the collection. In the prior agreement, the former vendor did not make the physical collection. They did the collection efforts via phone calls and via letters, but they did not do the collection themselves. So there was a different process at hand. So I can't compare the apples to apples.
Okay, so my next question is, the contract has already expired.
Yes, sir.
How do we allow a contract to expire?
That is a fault of our own, sir. We should have started this process several months ago if we were going to consider going back out to bid. So that's my feedback on that one.
Well, Judge, here's my proposal, my recommendation. I can't speak for the other commissioners, but I want a list of all contracts that we have outstanding in the expiration date, and I want to update every 90 days as a minimum. If we get an update on contracts that's soon to expire, we should not be allowing a contract to expire, and we're dealing with a contract after. And as far as the extension, month to month or up to 6 months, I'm not in agreement to go up to six months with this contract. Period.
Thank you, Commissioner. Betsy, will you follow up on that request, please? I think it's a very important, I guess, because there is evidence in this situation. We want to make sure that that's the only situation that is similar to this one. So, Betsy, I know you do a great job on that, you and your team. So if you could follow up with Commissioner Robinson's request.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. And Judge, if I can just follow up on the comment made by Commissioner Robinson, our intent was not to award for another month. It was a period not to exceed until such time that we put the spec out on the street and make a recommendation for award, which would our goal would be less than 6 months.
How long would it take it to get the proposal out?
Commissioner, I would like to address that. So before we put out the specs, and especially so that we include the JPs and the court system, they shouldn't just review the response to the specs. They should be reviewing the specs alongside us so that we make sure that overall this contract is going to meet the county's needs and fulfill all of our expectations. It's better to do that, have them do that review initially before we put out specs that don't even meet the needs. So I'd like to ask Wally and his team to work with the court systems and others who have collections to make sure it's meeting our expectations and our needs in the specs. So we do need a little bit of time to have those specs reviewed by those partners. And then we'll turn it over to purchasing to go through the purchasing review process and get these ready to go out on the street. Generally, I think an RFP of this nature, by the time the specs are reviewed and the feedback is solicited and gone through, I think it's going to be easily 3 months before we would have responses back and go through all the steps of the procedure. So minimum.
How long is it going to take us to get to include the judges?
Well, I don't know that we have a draft spec RFP ready to go. Do we, Wally?
We do. I've just received the latest draft at the end of last week. I have yet to review it and provide the team with my feedback as I was preparing for budget, but that would be able to turn around pretty quick. But I also I'd like to make a presentation to both the Council of Justices and the Council of Judges for their consideration of appointing a member of each of the groups to the review committee.
Can we get that process done in a month?
But yes, sir. But then the next step is sending it over to purchasing for the purchasing review process and then getting it out to bid. And that process takes some time. I'd have to defer to Ms. Correjo on how long that will take to go through the PRP review. And then the next step will be getting it out, giving the respondents time to respond to the request, and then the team time to evaluate those requests. And then it has to go back through PRP to review the recommendations. So those steps take some time, and I just don't want to overpromise and underdeliver. So that's why I believe a minimum of 3 months before we're even at the point of reviewing the responses.
No, I understand that portion. Well, the first step, I'm asking, can you get that done in 30 days with the judges?
I believe so.
Judge, can I add just one more thing?
Sure, absolutely. Commissioner Leon?
Thank you, Judge. Betsy, Wally, the only thing I just want to make sure that we do include judges, the JPs, and the other issue, and by the way, Mr. Ware, a fantastic presentation. Anytime I have contacted their office, they bring me all the data. They're always up front. They're doing a fantastic job. I just want to assure myself that we're not having FTEs do the work that we contract with a company to do for us. So I appreciate your time. Thank you, Wally and Betsy.
Thank you.
Mr. Weir.
Yeah, and Betsy, I think Commissioner Robinson and well, all of us, we want expediency, but we're trying to correct something that had a lot of community comments and so forth. So we want expediency, but obviously we want it done properly and then sort of get us back on track where the community feels comfortable that the process was open and favorable to everybody in an equal way. So I realize there's some very important steps that need to be taken.
Judge?
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
Judge, I just wanted to say, I believe when we made this change to this vendor, it was to, I think in an effort to be a little bit more transparent about how much money was being recovered. And I don't recall the first time I don't know, was it over a year ago, or I think it's when we created the department. But I don't support putting judges on the selection committee for fines that they assess in their courtrooms. I think that would almost be equivalent to, we're responsible for setting a budget and a tax rate. I mean, we ultimately approve the contracts that come before, all contracts that come before the county, to include those it is that would collect property taxes. But there's no commissioner that's on the selection committee for the company it is that would actually do that. I mean, this is clearly an administrative matter. I mean, the intent wasn't to leave out the judiciary. It's just that, I mean, what's the policy purpose of having members of the judiciary select not only the criteria, but help make the recommendation of a firm that's going to collect fines in their courtrooms? I mean, I think it's clearly a financial and administrative process that should be separate from both the council, the judges, and the JPs, and just left up to staff, because it's clearly just an administrative matter. But I just wanted to weigh in on that. That's why we created it. I think the Financial Recovery Division in the first place was to have the county be more aggressive when it comes to collecting fines and fees from individuals. But I just wanted to say that I don't really see a policy purpose in having the judges, either the JPs or the Council of Judges, weigh in on that matter. We don't do it. We don't have any other divisions, as far as I'm aware of, where we have the entities that assess the fines actually on the selection committee.
I think that's a great insight, Commissioner, and I think the minimum would be obtain their feedback, but not necessarily to be in as part of the actual decision process, but be able to receive what are some of their issues, concerns, like we do with any others. We need to get their feedback, but you're right. It's something I'll really think through very hard, is whether playing both roles, and then Christina can help out on this sort of conflict of interest as to being part of they're assessing the fines, and then they're also determining what those fines are. And like you said, I haven't seen that situation happen. So we need a lot of clarity, I think, from both legal and everybody else, just to get back, like I said, let's get back on track so that the community feels comfortable that the process is the right process. And so we'll take a lot of things into consideration. Betsy, any further comments as we could move on?
No, sir. We'll work to be both thorough and expedient and bring back our recommendations.
Well, thank you very much for
can I
that.
just kind of,
Thank you.
I know that there was some, but this is Christina, Assistant County Attorney.
Thank you.
So what I just wanted the commissioner, yes, and what I just wanted to make sure that the Commissioners Court is aware of, that it is purchasing. This is run by purchasing. So the entire process in terms of who is recommended or who ultimately gets to serve on that particular committee, that is part of the purchasing's guidance and feedback on how that's going to be facilitated. So that's one thing. And we heard about, okay, well, it would be a good idea to include some of the judges as part of that selection committee. Again, that's ultimately decided by the purchasing department and of course, whoever else facilitates that process for review. There is not an inherent legal conflict that I can think of at the moment that we'll continue to look at as we go through this process and the groups are being put together to allow a judge to sit on a committee, but inherently it may raise questions. It may raise these questions and issues regarding appearance. And really the goal of the whole RFP process in and of itself is to ensure an impartial view of what comes before them. And so those are factors that I think the purchasing agent as well as the committee itself will need to take into account as they move forward in that process. Those policies are set out by your purchasing agent. Those are set out by statute that the purchasing agent has that authority and that review. So of course, the comments can certainly be taken into consideration, but ultimately to ensure that impartiality and to ensure and preserve the integrity of any review process, she will need to review that and discuss that and ultimately make that determination. So I just wanted to provide that feedback. We'll continue to work with purchasing as well as the budget department to facilitate this process as well. As Wally had mentioned earlier, this item was up for discussion and presentation. No contract is set to be approved yet because we have not received feedback from Harris & Harris. The amendment would only be recommended for a period no longer than 6 months if they agree. At the end of the day, they might not agree to that. So we'll have to work through that if that comes to that point of view, because right now the contract is only allows for a 1-year period with 2 1-year options to review. And so that's why the department is proposing to go to a month-to-month. Those are my comments, Judge. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Thank you for your guidance throughout. You have a great team and, very astute about these things. So I know by you being close to it, we'll get to a better place. So thank you very much. Go ahead. If there's no action on this item, Caesar.
Judge, it's 12:20 at this time. You had asked for a recess, if that's where you'd like to go right now.
Yes, please. And we'll be back at 1 o'clock, please.
Okay.
Or whatever 45
Commissioners
minutes is, not the full hour, but 45 minutes, please.
Yes, sir. Commissioners Court will recess until 1 p.m. or 1:05.
Yeah, 1:05. Thank you. Okay, thank you. See you. Stay tuned. We'll be back. Hi, this is County Judge Samaniego. The 2020 census count is incredibly important for El Paso. It helps our school, healthcare, food and housing programs get the money they need.
This is County Commissioner Vince Bettis for Precinct 3. With your participation, the programs that support affordable housing, public education, and affordable health care can receive the funding they deserve.
This is Commissioner Carl L. Robinson, Precinct 4. Without you, these programs could not be successful.
This is Commissioner David Stout. Participate online, by phone, or by mail. Everyone in El Paso County must be counted, even children and babies. Your responses are safe and required by law to be kept confidential.
Hi, this is Commissioner Carlos Leon from Precinct 1. Let's come together and fill out those 2020 census. Together and fearless, we count.
The County of El Paso Public Works Department is offering sandbags at no cost or requirements to the public. The sandbags are outside of the facilities and are available 24 hours a day. The location of the county facilities are the following: the Road and Bridge Fabens Warehouse, located at 1331 North Fabens Street in Fabens, Texas, 79838. The Road and Bridge Canutillo Warehouse, located at 191 Canutillo Avenue in Canutillo, Texas, 79835. And the Road and Bridge Montana Warehouse, located at 14698 Van Lane, El Paso, Texas, 79938.
Don't wait in line, pay online. Visit the Financial Recovery Division website at http://www.epcounty.com/budget/financialrecovery.htm to make your payments online or find out more about our kiosk locations. We now accept payments on misdemeanor, felony, and justice of the peace cases.
You can now watch Commissioners Court meetings on YouTube. Go to youtube.com and search for El Paso County Commissioners or El Paso County, Texas. Subscribe to our channels to see our latest videos.
Did you know the County of El Paso's Purchasing Department is responsible for ensuring that all items and services needed by various county departments are purchased in the manner required by the state of Texas? Whether through formal sealed bids or smaller dollar quotations, the county purchasing team is dedicated to finding the best contracting return on your taxpayer dollars. Additionally, the Purchasing Department is responsible for the tracking of inventory within the county and properly disposing surplus through public auctions. For questions about how to become a vendor and compete for county contracts, or to learn more about public auctions, please contact us at telephone number 915-546-2048.
The 346 District Court Judge Angie Juarez Barril started the El Paso Veterans Treatment Court program in 2012 for veterans and active service members that have been arrested and charged with a felony or misdemeanor criminal offense. To be considered for this specialty court, the statutory criteria includes be a veteran or current member of the United States Armed Forces, including a member of the Reserves, National Guard, or State Guard, and suffer from a brain injury, mental illness, or mental disorder, including PTSD, or be a victim of military sexual trauma, all occurring or resulting from military service. Call Sylvia Serna, Veterans Program Director at 915-546-2119, or email her at sserna@epcounty.com for any information.
Did you know that the County of El Paso's fixed asset control and inventory disposal is handled through the Purchasing Department? Throughout the course of each business year, the county holds live public auctions to dispose of aged equipment, vehicles, furniture, and other items that are no longer needed. To find out about upcoming auctions or to learn more about the county's inventory disposal process, contact the purchasing department at telephone number 915-546-2048.
Hi, this is County Judge Samaniego. The 2020 census count is incredibly important for El Paso. It helps our school, healthcare, food and housing programs get the money they need.
This is County Commissioner Vince Bettis for Precinct 3. With your participation, the programs that support affordable housing, public education, and affordable health care can receive the funding they deserve.
This is Commissioner Carl L. Robinson, Precinct 4. Without you, these programs could not be successful.
This is Commissioner David Stout. Participate online, by phone, or by mail. Everyone in El Paso County must be counted, even children and babies. Your responses are safe and required by law to be kept confidential.
Hi, this is Commissioner Carlos Leon from Precinct 1. Let's come together and fill out those 2020 census. Together and fearless, we count.
The County of El Paso Public Works Department is offering sandbags at no cost or requirements to the public. The sandbags are outside of the facilities and are available 24 hours a day. The location of the county facilities are the following: the Road and Bridge Fabens Warehouse, located at 1331 North Fabens Street in Fabens, Texas, 79838. The Road and Bridge Canutillo Warehouse, located at 191 Canutillo Avenue in Canutillo, Texas, 79835. And the Road and Bridge Montana Warehouse, located at 14698 Van Lane, El Paso, Texas, 79938.
Don't wait in line, pay online. Visit the Financial Recovery Division website at http://www.epcounty.com/budget/financialrecovery.htm to make your payments online or find out more about our kiosk locations. We now accept payments on misdemeanor, felony, and justice of the peace cases.
You can now watch Commissioners Court meetings on YouTube. Go to youtube.com and search for El Paso County Commissioners or El Paso County, Texas. Subscribe to our channels to see our latest videos.
Did you know the County of El Paso's Purchasing Department is responsible for ensuring that all items and services needed by various county departments are purchased in the manner required by the state of Texas? Whether through formal sealed bids or smaller dollar quotations, the county purchasing team is dedicated to finding the best contracting return on your taxpayer dollars. Additionally, the purchasing department is responsible for the tracking of inventory within the county and properly disposing surplus through public auctions. For questions about how to become a vendor and compete for county contracts, or to learn more about public auctions, please contact us at telephone number 915-546-2048.
The 346 District Court Judge Angie Juarez Barrid started the El Paso Veterans Treatment Court program in 2012 for veterans and active service members that have been arrested and charged with a felony or misdemeanor criminal offense. To be considered for the specialty court, the statutory criteria includes be a veteran or current member of the United States Armed Forces, including a member of the Reserves, National Guard, or State Guard, and suffer from a brain injury, mental illness, or mental disorder, including PTSD, or be a victim of military sexual trauma, all occurring or resulting from military service. Call Sylvia Serna, Veterans Program Director, at 915-546-2119, or email her at sserna@epcounty.com for any information.
Did you know that the County of El Paso's fixed asset control and inventory disposal is handled through the Purchasing Department? Throughout the course of each business year, the county holds live public auctions to dispose of aged equipment, vehicles, furniture, and other items that are no longer needed. To find out about upcoming auctions or to learn more about the county's inventory disposal process, contact the purchasing department at telephone number 915-546-2048.
Okay, go ahead, Caesar.
Thank you. Commissioners, Court has reconvened into regular open session. Going back to our regular order, item number 6 is public comment. This was for regular public comment, and at this time we did not have anybody signed up for regular comment. So we'll take no action on 6. Item number 7A, presentations. Receive a presentation and discuss the monthly report from the Council of Judges.
Amy, hi.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning.
Let me see. Good morning. How are you, Judge, Commissioners? Good morning. Or it's actually not morning, but afternoon. I apologize. Just a few quick items to report on. July 30th, the District Court judges voted and passed the auditor's budget for FY21. The budget does remain the same as this current fiscal year. Additionally, this past Thursday, the Texas Supreme Court ordered that trial be pushed back from September to at least October 1st. So with that being said, the Council of Judges approved and passed our jury trial plan. There was a lot of time, a lot of discussion and thought that went into it. The judges really wanted to ensure that all the health and safety measures are put into place and that they protect the health of the jurors, the lawyers, their clients, and all other participants for jury selection and jury trials. Our courts do remain open and our hearings continue to be held virtually. Also, as you know, there are many moving parts that all have to be in sync to make this happen. And so really just a special thank you to those who are truly on our front line, the detention officers that are with the inmates and have them for hearings and have them sign plea papers and other documents. They really do an amazing job. A lot of the criminal hearings having to do with inmates just would not be possible without them. Also, the probation department, who helps us with pleas at their center that's located out on Campbell. We wouldn't be able to take those pleas without them. Also, all the staff that works at the jail and the annex, the CJC staff, the attorneys, it's really just a group effort. And so just a thank you to all of those who are, like I said, just on our front line. And then also, thank you, Judge, and thank you, Commissioners, for all of your continued support.
Commissioners, any questions? Amy, thank you very much. Always great to get your feedback on what's happening at your end, and then how do we align with each other to do the best we can. So thank you very much. Commissioners, any questions, comments?
Yeah, Judge.
Commissioner Leon, please.
Yes, good afternoon, Amy. Thank you for your presentation. I believe there was an article in the paper talking about jury trials, and I've had a couple of calls of people that are concerned if they do get a subpoena having to report to a jury trial, and they're very, one of them said that I didn't vote in person for that same reason. Can you maybe shed some light on what is the thought process and what direction are the judges going in?
So we are aware of that, and we know that there are some people who are of the vulnerable population, maybe are afraid. And so the courts really have put a lot of things into place. It's all outlined in our jury trial plan. But if there's anybody out there that's been subpoenaed, please, you can call our jury hall. They are taking excuses or their deferrals. And so the phone number for the jury hall is, let me get that for you. It's, where did I put it? If you give me a second here. It's 546-2108. And so if you do receive a jury summons and you're not able to make it, or you don't feel comfortable or you don't feel safe, if they call that number, we can better assist them. We can talk them through it. And like I said, they're not going to make anybody appear. We just hope that people would come and fulfill their civic duty, but we are also very aware of the fears that people have about coming in and serving.
Thank you, Amy. And just on their behalf, they've been subpoenaed in the past, and they've been apparently very happy to serve. But in this time period, they're very nervous about that. But thank you for your explanation.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Commissioner Leon. Any further questions? Betsy, do you have anything as it aligns with what we're doing and what Amy spoke about? Any additional comments?
No, sir. Just been great to work with the Council of Judges. Really easy to work with and keep us informed. We really appreciate what they're doing.
Oh, thank you. Likewise. Thank you. Thank you, Amy.
Thank you. Have a good rest of the day.
You too. Have a great week. Go ahead, Cesar.
Item number 7B, receive a presentation and updates regarding the Homeless Welcome Center. Judge, we have been asked to request a 2-week postponement on this item. Should we have a motion to postpone 2 weeks?
So moved.
Second.
Commissioner Perez? Commissioner Perez?
I don't think he's back.
Commissioner Perez is absent. Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries. This brings us to item number 9, County Administration. discuss and take appropriate action regarding El Paso County's preparation and response for COVID-19.
Judge, Commissioners, Miguel, can you bring the slide up, please? Good afternoon, Judge, Commissioners. Today with us on the line, we have Dr. Ocaranza from Public Health, and we have Chief Rodriguez, I believe, from Office of Emergency Management. Dr. Ocaranza, are you on the line? Okay, Chief Rodriguez, are you available?
I am.
Do you want to go ahead and share your update,
Chief.
sir?
Yes, ma'am. Good morning, Ms. Keller. Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. So my update is going to be just a quick overview on testing. So we continue to expand our number of testing sites and testing capacity, and working with our partners to try to broaden that accessibility for everyone for anyone and everyone in our community who wants to be tested. Our testing program is led by the Department of Public Health with a community-wide approach, and it's in collaboration with a diverse list of our partners from both the public and private sectors. Some key update information. So as you all know, we've been working closely with the state and its contractor to address some of the issues that we saw early on. We've transitioned over from the smaller sites to 2 mega site locations at the Socorro Independent School District Student Activity Center and at the El Paso Community College Valle Verde campus. That consolidated 4 different sites into 2, and we continue to operate the Nations Tobin facility over in Northeast El Paso. The mega site locations each have a capacity of 1,000 tests per site per day, and 500 tests are available at the Nations Tobin location, and that's every day. So there's plenty of capacity. Our average testing rate has been last week, which was CDC week 32. We just closed that out on Saturday at midnight. We averaged 1,951 tests, and that's across the spectrum, system-wide, not just inclusive of the state sites. So that's comprehensive over the healthcare system, our corporate partners, the private labs, and the various drive-through sites. That is we've seen about a 20% reduction on demand at the various testing. 20% reduction across the board. So looking closely at our state sites, we've seen about a 20% reduction specific to that from the last 2 weeks. There's been a decreased demand there, but also system-wide. We usually see a large amount of private labs and tests being sent out by the various hospital systems. So that, and once Dr. O's is available, but he'll be touching on some of the trend lines that we're seeing on the medical system, which look. I don't want to speak too soon, but they look good. So we're seeing less hospitalizations, and in turn, since you're not seeing that demand for specimens collected within the healthcare system and being sent out to private labs. So we've seen a decrease there as well. Our cluster management team continues to work with long-term care facilities, from nursing homes and assisted living centers. That's a weekly process that we work very, very closely with all those facilities to ensure that their staff and their residents are tested. We continue to work closely with the Texas Department of Emergency Management with their contractor for the city sites, but we're also working closely with them for the rural testing that's taking place out in the outside jurisdictions outside of the city of El Paso. Those are being done by the Texas military teams. The governor has extended funding for those. We're still waiting to see if we're going to have an extension after this next weekend to see if they will continue to provide support for the rural jurisdictions. So we have dates scheduled for the rest of this week at various locations in rural jurisdictions. And then we'll be working on the schedule once I get confirmation that they'll be able to test after the 15th. Walmart and CVS continue to provide their services to the community. I was just notified earlier this morning that it appears that we have a Walgreens location that's also going to start doing COVID testing. More information forthcoming on that. We still working closely with Project Vida, Centro San Vicente, and we're working on onboarding La Clinic, and that's a great partnership we have with our federally qualified health centers. Those are continuing, and still working with the school districts on trying to bring in that clinical testing capability within their systems. Other than that, that's my update for this week. I will check and see if Dr. O is available.
He's here now.
Okay, great.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you, Chief.
Miguel, can you
Thank
pull
you.
up the
Do you want me to share my presentation from the computer?
we have them up, sir.
Excellent. All right. Thank you. Good afternoon, Judge and Court. I'm very happy to present to you an update on the COVID-19 situation in our community. As you very well know, there has been an increase in cases, but fortunately the new cases has slowed down somehow. But I don't want to be very optimistic. I want to be cautiously optimistic because we're still receiving results and we're still seeing the virus activity in our community. We are encouraging the population to get tested. And as Chief Rodriguez mentioned, we're seeing a slight decrease in the amount of people that get tested, but we want to encourage the people to go and get tested if they had an exposure, if they're feeling some symptoms, if your primary care provider recommends going and get tested, please do so. Even if you have somebody in the household that started exhibiting symptoms, also please go get tested even though you don't have any symptoms. As you can see, this has been the cumulative amount of new cases that we have in El Paso. And as we very well recall, at the middle of July, we started seeing a very sharp and steep increase in cases, and hopefully will stabilize now. The next slide, please. This new slide gives us the possibility of seeing how all the new cases come every day with a 7-day rolling average. It accounts for all the peaks and valleys that we have, especially in the weekends, where many of the labs don't get tests or we don't receive those results. And as we have seen, it has stabilized the amount of cases that we're having in the city. Currently, it's in about 230 about, but hopefully in the near future we start seeing that it will decrease. Next slide, please. The amount of cases per capita, we're seeing that it's also plateaued and it's going down a little bit, but I'm expecting that it's going to continue the plateau. Hopefully soon we'll see a trend that it will continue go down and drop below the 25 cases per 100,000. The 25 cases per 100,000 is one of the good indicators of the activity of the virus in our community, and we want to keep it below that. Next slide, please. In this slide, we see that the doubling rate initially went down, and now it has started to go up. And we want to see the doubling time to go up because that would tell us that the virus is not spreading as fast as before. And that will give us a chance to better preparing. And that is also thanks to all the preventive measures that the population has followed, which is wearing their mask all the time, washing their hands often, not touching their face, and observing social distancing. One very important thing is that we need to continue observing the social distancing and try to avoid the gathering, especially if we know that there is somebody with medical conditions or considered to be a high risk that is member of our family. Please take good care of them by not visiting them, by not gathering around them, because that is one of the things that can unfortunately infect that loved one and can end up in the hospital. Next slide, please. On the weekly average testing per 100,000, we can see that it has dropped slightly, but hopefully we continue to see that increased testing, and therefore we can see an increase in the average testing per 100,000. The positivity rate has dropped some, but in this graph, probably we don't have all the numbers complete to finalize the CDC week number 32, and that's where we see that the positivity rate is slightly higher than what we want to see it. Next slide, please. But on the cumulative positivity rate, we saw that it continued to increase and hopefully stabilizes and continues to go down from that point on. We can see a snapshot of what has been happening throughout the pandemic, and also in the way that we have significantly increased the testing that we have done in the city. We'll continue to bring that testing to those that are in need, especially in the county areas that they have very limited mobility. Not many people have means of transportation, and hopefully we continue to do that with the help of the state. Next slide, please. On the cumulative cases by age and gender, as we mentioned before, the previous commissioner scores, we see that between the 20s and 30s, the big increase of the positive cases, but we're going to be keeping a very close eye on the teens and also all the children as we resume the start of the school for in-person instruction. We expect that we're going to see an increase in those positive cases because the school, by having that congregate setting, it might be possible that we're going to be seeing positive cases among the children and probably between the teacher or the staff. We will continue providing guidance and recommendations and work closely with all our schools, private and public. And one thing to remind the parents is that we need to teach our children to keep their face mask on and getting used to be wearing the face mask. Also, they learn very well by example. So if we as parents continue to wear our face mask and wash our hands often, our children will be able to learn that behavior. Also, another reminder for the parents is that it might be that there's going to be cases in the school, and the school's officials are working very diligently in improving their plans for when they resume in-person instruction. We will continue informing the community about all the cases, but again, we're working closely with the school system. On the hospital admissions, we saw a decrease in the hospital admissions throughout these past weeks, and hopefully we continue to see that downward trend. The next slide, please. On the hospitalization rate, on the cumulative, we see that it has plateaued, and hopefully we continue to see that plateau as the weeks go by, and that is a good indication that the severity of the disease is not as it was before when we saw that sharp increase, and we were seeing an increase in hospitalizations due to the COVID-19. The next slide, please. We see here on the hospital admissions, the 7-day rolling average. By weeks, we see also a downward trend, and also focusing a little bit more in the past couple of weeks, we see how it continued to trend down on the 7-day rolling average of the new admissions. Next slide, please. The same is seen for the ICU admissions throughout these past weeks, and also from the middle of July on. The next slide. And also the people that have required a ventilator also is trending down. The next slide, please. The hospitalization by age. Again, we've seen that people older than 60 are the vast majority of the ones that require hospitalization. And we're seeing that some of the females are requiring more hospitalization, but unfortunately, the males are the ones that end up in the ICU and suffer a lot more complications and passing away from the COVID-19. The next slide, please. On the mortality rate, we see that it has plateaued as well. As shown here on the mortality rate and the case fatality rate, and the doubling rate on the deaths have increased, which is also, again, a good indicator that we're not seeing a very fast or a large number of people dying or passing away from the COVID-19 at the same time. Next slide, please. We continue to see the trend on the case fatality rate by age range. And unfortunately, the older we are, the more likely it is that we suffer complications or can pass away from the COVID-19. We see that very large proportion of males compared to females are passing away from complications of COVID-19. Next slide, please. And among the pre-existing medical conditions, we continue to see the diabetes and high blood pressure as the main comorbidities associated to the people dying from COVID-19. Very small proportion of people do not have a pre-existing medical condition, and that's about 7%. But still, if we have a chronic condition, we need to send out the message to those to control very well those conditions, to not miss those appointments with your primary care provider, to have enough of the medication available. And if you need to have medical care, please do not hesitate. The office of your primary care provider or the hospitals are the best places to receive the medical care. And I understand that many people might be afraid of going in to receive medical care because they might feel that that's the place that they're going to be infected, but they cannot be waiting too long because otherwise they might end up sicker and requiring a higher level of care. The providers and the hospitals are doing an amazing job in keeping those facilities clean and trying to provide that infection control protocol to separate those that are not infected from those that are infected. So please, if you need to receive medical care, just go make your appointment or go to the hospital to receive the care that you need. The next slide, please. On the cluster report, we continue to see that vast majority of positive cases are seen in congregate settings, but also, as we can see, all the lines of businesses are affected and can be affected by the COVID-19. Many of the employees are coming back positive, but in those businesses, we need to continue following the same recommendations that we give to the public in general, to wash their hands off and to wear their masks while they're at work. It has been ordered by the county judge and also the mayor that all those businesses require face masks while they're at work. They also continue doing the health screening by checking the temperature, asking for symptoms. And that's the way that we will continue preventing any kind of disasters by having too many cases in the same place. Next slide, please. Fortunately, many of the cases that we see positive in congregate facilities have recovered. There's only few that are still active, but unfortunately we see some of the deaths, particularly in those that are considered to be high risk. And we will continue keeping a close eye on them, having testing on a regular basis, and keeping those residents safe by participating along with those facilities. And with that, I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Dr. Carranza, I want to thank you for the educational component. I think you've done a great job that in schools, working with the schools, being a support and voicing, what you feel is going to be important. And, good thing, the mayor and I are very supportive of public health and making sure that that we support you and your direction. But you mentioned a little bit about, and we don't want to be alarming, but you've mentioned the situation of going into a flu season, and so how the dovetails with a situation. Do you mind sort of commenting on that? I know you've commented in different venues, but also sort of the new normal and how even if it's just the flu, that how we could be much more successful. Keeping them separate, also making sure that one doesn't lead to the other just because you're more vulnerable in that situation. So if you could comment a little bit to our audience on this coming of the flu and the COVID, sort of, like I said, dovetailing.
Yes, Judge, and I'm glad that you bring this up because we are very concerned about the flu season and the combination of the influenza and other respiratory viruses along with the COVID-19. COVID-19, as we know, it's a respiratory virus, but in our community, usually the flu season starts about the end of October and it lasts all the way to spring break. We want to be prepared for that. And one of the ways that we can be prepared is by receiving their flu shot. It is very, very important to stress that the vaccination is one of the best tools that we have to prevent influenza, and it is available. I know that many people have lost some faith in the influenza vaccination because of many myths or any reaction that they probably had in the past, but it is important to mention that the influenza vaccine is the one that is going to keep us all healthy. It's going to prevent some of the complications also due to the influenza. And if we continue following wearing the mask and washing the hands and observing the social distancing, we will be able to fight the flu along with the COVID-19. Hopefully, we don't see an overwhelming number of people requiring the use of hospitals during the influenza season, but also the hospitals are doing a wonderful job in planning for this coming flu season as well. We know that the seasonality of the influenza virus circulating in our community also puts some strain in the healthcare system in our community, but hopefully again, by everybody receiving their influenza vaccine, by us following all those preventive measures, we will be able to move forward and pass this flu season better than what it was last flu season.
Thank you, Doctor. And the emphasis also on the health part, that the healthier you are, the less vulnerable. And so, I've spoken to a lot of Jacob Centron and Cindy Stout on this idea of people not going to take care of themselves, sort of like a delay process, which means that when the flu season comes in, they're going to be, more vulnerable because they haven't been to the doctor. There's some of the issues of their blood pressure or the diabetes not being under control. So I encourage the community to make sure that they understand that there's a health component, and Dr. Carranza's really focused on this, is that part of the vaccine and the things that we have to do, but taking care of your health, if you're in a vulnerable age group, is also going to be sort of like a vaccine or something that will help sort of lower the probability of being ill or getting more ill than you would be if you didn't have some of the underlying conditions. So the numbers showing how many people have died with underlying conditions, and also the severity of individuals because they have these underlying conditions, we need to take to heart and really look at, what can I do as an individual to be a little bit more prepared if I do get the virus, that I minimize the impact. And so once again, Doctor, thank you for the educational component. Very glad that we have this relationship with you between you and the county. Never have, everything we ask you, I've asked you to be in different venues, and you've been, both you and the chief have been very supportive. So we want to thank you for that ongoing collaboration. and also, gearing up to the possibility of not completing the COVID, flattening it out when the flu season comes. And like I said, not as an alarmist or trying to alarm people, but just to be very, abundance of caution. We said from the very beginning that if you have an abundance of caution, you're going to be much better off than taking risks that are unnecessary. So once again, thank you both Chief and Dr. Carranza for that collaboration between the county and yourselves. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Judge. And also, we truly appreciate all the support that you and the commissioners and Ms. Keller and everybody at the county has given public health. It is proven a winning formula to fight all these public health emergency and problem. And we all are going to remain strong together and continue fighting this pandemic.
Thank you. Commissioners, any questions? Anyone? Commissioner Stout, I see you gesturing. Yeah, Commissioner Stout, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to reiterate my request for reporting on contact tracing. A couple of weeks ago, I asked if we could start getting reports on the amount of time, I guess, a percentage of positive cases that we are contacting, and the amount of time that it's taking to get into contact with folks as we're doing contact tracing. I'm very curious to understand again what's going on in that realm, and so I'd like to reiterate my request for that information.
Thank you, Commissioner Stout. Betsy, would you mind talking a little bit about our strategy of what we had in mind in respect to getting the data and the information? I don't know if you had that as part of any presentation, but would you mind addressing our conversations with legal and sort of our strategy of making sure everybody's comfortable with the data?
Yes, sir. So currently we are partnering with the city. We're using our data analyst, Jacob Miles. He's working closely with staff from the city. Commissioner, we can definitely add those questions if they're not already on the questions that Jacob is looking to see if we can get the data to answer. On a separate note, so that's internally what we're doing to try to garner more data to help Commissioners Court making decisions on how to allocate resources. We're also trying to, we're continuing to work with the city, but I will tell you, the city in the next short period of time, I expect that they're going to be rolling out some pretty significant information and data resources. Jacob has shared that they're working on a more robust dashboard, as well as I know they're working, I believe, on an app as well. And from what I have previewed, the very minimal, it seems significantly more robust than what we've had previously, and even what I've seen in other areas. So those are the things we're currently working on to try to bring forward more data. And we can definitely talk to Dr. Ocaranza and Ms. Mora separately about what data they have available on the contact tracing piece, Commissioner Stout.
Thank you, Betsy.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead,
okay,
Betsy,
Miguel.
you want to continue?
If there's no more questions for Dr. Ocaranza, could you put our slide back up, Miguel, please? Okay, so next I'm going to give the court just an update, a couple updates internally. So good afternoon, I'm Betsy Keller, your county administrator. The task force met and focused on finishing the template for the scorecard for the county and the city's consideration. They spent quite a bit of time on this. It will be reviewed and brought forward for consideration within the next couple weeks. We're working on scheduling that. This next week, I'm looking forward to the task force focusing in on finalizing their mid and long-term recommendations for the city and the county's consideration. We're continuing to identify how we can use our CARES Act funds to support those recommendations. This past week, our economic development team, Andrea, she's helped us with our outreach and is working on releasing an advertisement to media, targeted community-wide to encourage protective measures for all of us when interacting with our older generation. And our data analyst, as I mentioned, Jacob Mills, has been working with our city partners to see what data we could use to help us make more informed decisions, as such as things like when we get requested where to place an additional testing site if it becomes available, and other metrics that would help us make informed decisions. We're continuing to explore additional resources and share them with Department of Public Health for their review and consideration as well. We really appreciate recently one of the resources that came to us, I think it had also come to the city, that they did a review on, and they're implementing, I believe, to help with some of this app launching as well. So we also continue to look for county-specific opportunities and have been and will continue to seek those opportunities. One opportunity that came up late last week is to support the recommendations to support school reopening plans and to help expand connectivity and information availability. Because this particular one involves a grant with area schools, I've provided some information to the court in advance of today, but there are some grants available through the state to our school districts and to private and charter schools. But in order to draw down the funds at a greater rate, they are requesting, the state encouraged them and has an incentive for them to request funding through their local cities and counties who received CARES Act dollars. So in order to do this, it's a first come, first served basis. And it's my understanding that the funding for the first $20 million is the funding that's going to be matched at the greatest rate. So that first $20 million will be matched at a 3 for 1. So for every dollar that the county or a CARES recipient puts in to help the schools, the state is supposed to match at $3. This funding we would have to move very quickly to help our schools leverage this funding. It is to do bulk purchases, and then there's going to be some funding for reimbursement of purchases that are specifically for helping deploy connectivity for devices and for hotspots. I'm asking the court to consider authorizing me, because this is such a quick timing turnaround, and we're still getting, this morning at 10:15, I received a lot more information on what the process entails and what we would need to do. And I haven't had a chance to fully vet that yet or share it with legal. But I'm asking so that we can try, if the court is interested, I'm asking that you consider authorizing me up to $1 million, which would come from our operating expenses general account and the CARES Act account, and authorizing me to enter in a commitment to match the funds available from TEA to help our regional school districts. The match will allow them to leverage these funds, as I mentioned, and what doesn't go to the 3-to-1 match would go to a 1-to-1 match for any additional funding availability. There's also going to be a second pot of the funding. They haven't described how that is going to be deployed, but that's, again, it's on a first come, first served basis. We've specifically spoken to, I've spoken to Fabens, the superintendent in Fabens. They're expected, I believe, to draw down about $121,000, but they need a match for that. And then we also spoke to Canutillo, and I understand that we've also received a letter, I believe, from one of the charter schools asking the county to consider partnering. If they also drew down money from other CARES Act recipients, such as the city of El Paso, if the school districts also approach them and the city of El Paso commits any funding, excuse me. Sorry, one second. If the city provides any funding, or if the other smaller municipalities provide any funding, it's my understanding that TEA will work to make sure that the funding is distributed fairly across the board. So if this is something the court's interested in, I'd ask that you authorize me to work with legal to review any documents for this commitment, and then let us move forward, because I do believe that first $20 million in funding will be consumed either today or tomorrow based on who is able to leverage CARES Act match. And as you know, the connectivity out in the county, while we continue to work on it from a broadband perspective, that's going to take a lot of time to build the infrastructure. Right now, we're working on the studies to support getting additional funding for infrastructure, but that will not be deployed in time for this school year, obviously. So that's what this funding would be for, is to help with connectivity this school year. And then lastly, before we discuss that, I also just want to thank you all for realizing that the demand is relentless right now, and the situation and its risks take a toll on our staff, especially those who have children at home and those who still work on site at many county jobs to ensure our community's needs are responded to. I'm sure this applies to others like UMC and the city, to name just a couple of our partners, but I want to thank our teams for all they're doing. I heard Amy mention this earlier. I've seen in the last week or two some of the tolls it's taking on our employees, and want to remind them that we really appreciate them for their service. With that, I'd like to answer any questions and hear the court's ideas or thoughts about using some of our CARES Act funds to help schools in our region leverage TEA dollars for connectivity.
Judge.
Go ahead, Commissioner Robinson.
Ms. Bessie, you said these are CARES funds that we'll be using?
Yes, sir. We would take those out of our general. It may require a transfer from one of our CARES Act to another, but I would recommend that we use our general operating CARES Act budget.
Okay, so and this is within the guidelines of use of the CARES funding.
Yes, sir. And specifically the TEA and the Treasury guidance addresses this particular grant and this particular match.
And so we have contact. You said you talked with Fabian?
Yes, sir. I've talked to Canatio and Fabens, and I understand you all have received a letter from one of the charter schools as well. And additionally, just to be clear, the way the funding works is it's not given to a specific school. The county makes a commitment to the overall grant leverage, and then TEA distributes that commitment amongst any schools that apply. So if schools don't apply, they would not pull down funding, but they would have to apply to the TEA for this grant and this assistance.
And what is the match amount?
It depends. So the first $20 million that is committed to is going to be on a 3-for-1 match. The next amount of funding will be on a 1-for-1 match. And then after that pot of money is distributed, if there's any remaining funds, they're looking to reimburse schools that had earlier expenditures. They have not specifically identified what that match would look like.
And what is our deadline for use of the funds?
Their deadline, well, our deadline is still remaining right now is December. But if this grant is moving very quickly, and as I mentioned, that there's the first $20 million will be on a 3-for-1 match, and they already have $14 million committed from other counties. So if the court authorizes us to move forward on this today, we'll move quickly to make our commitment to be part of that 3-for-1 match.
Well, I would like to move to approve.
Ms. Betsy?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead, Mr. Stout.
I just wanted to provide some additional information that we got from the senator's office. So, from what I understand, there are about 12 either school districts or charter schools within El Paso County that that have applied for some of these funds, and the total request that they made was about $8 million between the lot of them, and the total confirmed eligible for matching is almost it's about $1.7 million, and so we need to move pretty quickly to get this ball rolling, so that we can try and get some of that 3-to-1 match. And I think $1 million is a good start. I also wanted to thank Betsy for turning this around so quickly. It's only been a couple of weeks since we first found out about this fund, and the fact that we're able to try and help. The deadline's looming, and so I hope that we can get the support for this to help bring some of this money into our community. And so I think I heard Commissioner Robinson make the motion to approve. I'll second it.
Commissioners, comments from anyone else? Christina?
Yes, if I could just comment really quickly, so the motion would be to approve and authorize your county administrator to negotiate and sign and commit for the initiative as just described, correct? At this point, what I'm hearing that it's just it's our commitment within each of the school district's grants. They're going to report that in their grant applications, and so that's what we're looking at this point. Betsy?
Christina, as far as the semantics, I don't know if it's going to be to each school district or if it's directly to the TEA. I have several documents I'll forward to you in just a moment, or several links of information, but it would be to authorize me to commit up to $1 million in our CARES Act funds for this purpose.
Okay, to include, can we include as a part of that? Can we also include, Betsy, just because we haven't seen the documentation, but just to make sure that that's covered, to commit the $1 million and in addition to sign or authorize any additional paperwork that would be associated with that? If we could just make sure that that's part of the motion, so that kind of can take care of that in the event it does. Mm-hmm.
Yes, ma'am, please. Thank you.
Thank you.
And Betsy, just to be clear, we're not responsible for the distribution of the 1 million, right? They're going to determine that distribution. Would you clarify that for me, please?
Yes, sir. So from what I've learned so far, what they will do is they will see how much funding is leveraged from the entire community. Again, the other jurisdictions, if they choose to participate as well. And then the TEA will distribute that based on who they've received applications from and the amount, which is partially enrollment based. It's heavily enrollment based as well. So the TEA will decide how to distribute our 1 million across the board. And I say up to 1 million in case for any reason that exceeds the match required.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think that's cool. Important for the public to understand that we're not really going to determine, or that you start getting a lot of requisitions from people saying that it should be done in different proportions or whatever. So just very clear that the TA will make that determination, not ourselves. We're contributing to the matching, but not the distribution.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Caesar, go ahead.
Do we have Commissioner Perez back online?
No.
Commissioner Perez is still absent. Commissioner Leon?
Aye.
Commissioner Stout?
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson?
Aye.
Judge Samaniego?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you, Commissioners.
Betsy, just wanted to make a quick comment. We were scheduled at 4 o'clock for an incredible, our hidden heroes that were just amazing during the August 3rd and continue to be in every respect one of the best partners. This is the Dr. Rascon and his medical examiners team. And so I've asked, because I really would love to be a little bit more special than us rushing. And I know the 4 o'clock is nearing at us, and I think they deserve much more, for all the commissioners and myself to be present and be supportive of the unveiling of a plaque and being able to recognize them properly. So just apologize to the medical examiners if asking to be postponed. But I think it would be, I think they would understand and feel better that we do this in a more, comfortable way without having to rush through this. So I hope that didn't create any issues for us not participating. Like I said, our schedule, we still have a lot of things on our agenda. We have executive sessions. And so if you wouldn't mind to follow up on that, Betsy, just to make sure that they understand, one, how much we appreciate them, and two, that we want to do this in the right way. So anyway, Betsy, please.
Yes, sir. I'd be glad to. I'm actually here at the office with them today, and I'll be glad to share that with them. We're also looking at your availability the rest of this week while you're in budget hearings to find time to honor this office. So thank you so much, Judge. Really appreciate that.
Yeah, it'd be so nice because they really deserve the right recognition. Thank you, Betsy. Go ahead,
Thank
Betsy.
You,
Continue. Or
next we have any updates that Commissioners Court would like to share?
Judge,
go ahead.
One quick one.
Absolutely. Commissioner Leon, please.
Yes, I was in communication with Chief Roger Martinez from JPD, and all is well, with the exception they took in one detainee, I think on Friday, and he was asymptomatic. He's in isolation, or the detainee's in isolation. And other than that, everything's running real smooth. They provided, I think, the entire court with their new challenge coin, which is beautiful. They did a great job, and what's inscribed in it is just very encouraging. Did you all get yours?
I'm not sure. I haven't been into the office in the last week or two, so if it's in our offices, I haven't had a chance to get mine.
Well, hopefully I didn't misspeak. Chief Martinez, if you're listening, we need 4 more. Thank you. Well, and by the way, I think somebody from the sheriff's office is ready to comment on the activities over at the SO. Thank you.
Oh, that's excellent. Go ahead. I'll do my report after. I believe Tom Whitten would be talking. Betsy?
Yes, sir. Hi. Good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners. Just really quickly, we have a total of 48 cases, inmate cases between both jails, 22 at the downtown facility and 26 at the annex. We have a total of 10 employees that are still out, but we expect them back shortly. Everything is going. I know 2 weeks ago, the sheriff commented that, that we had somebody in the hospital that wasn't doing well and was also COVID. That individual unfortunately succumbed. We have the medical report, and they had a whole lot of other issues. So much so that TCJS is just considering like a suspected passing, but due to COVID. But nevertheless, we're following up on that. UMC is working with it, and certainly, any death is one too many. But besides that, again, we're down to 48 total. We were one time as high as 260. So we think the cases are going really well, and UMC actually is planning on visiting these, and they expect to make many more recoveries out of that 48. So, and again, our employees are back. We began chains again, so we're putting a bigger portion of our inmates at the annex because things are more or less back to normal, I guess, if you can say that. And I'll certainly answer any questions if you have any.
Judge, I've got a quick comment.
Go ahead, Commissioner Leon.
Chief Wooden, thank you very much. I do have a question insofar as employees that have tested positive over the last couple of weeks, and also just to express my gratitude that every one of your employees has been working on site. None, as I understand it, are working from home. So congratulations, a great job, and we appreciate every one of you for keeping us safer in El Paso. But insofar as employee COVID-19 tests, can you elaborate a little bit more on that?
Sure. So we've actually, when we mass tested a couple of weeks ago, we tested all the employees, and so every employee was tested, every UMC employee included, and all of our inmates. And at one point, we were as many as I think about 57 employees total, and the vast majority of them, of course, were asymptomatic, and they all wanted to come to work that day, which of course they're not allowed to do. We had one that actually went to the hospital recently. He was fine. He was released the same day, and the rest of them came back in compliance with those CDC guidelines. Basically 10 days later. So, like I said, we're waiting for our remaining 10 to come back, which is a whole lot easier for us than when 60 were out, as you can imagine. But everybody's doing good. Everybody's in good spirits, and it's funny. Even the health district tells us that their phones are getting blown up with people that want to come back. So that's a good sign.
Well, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
And I'll certainly relay that to them. Your guys' gratitude. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Leon, for reminding us. They've done an amazing job, and everybody's very passionate about doing the right thing and being a great role model. And especially if you compare it to other areas where there's that kind of congregation, and the numbers that are coming back are pretty impressive. And that's, just the thanks to Sheriff Wiles and Tom and everybody else that's working towards this. So thank you.
Thank you.
Judge, did you want to provide your update?
Yes, mine is quick, and just wanted, as you know, we've constantly tried to bring the uniqueness to what's happening and trying to provide information to the governor and to others. One, sort of reinforce that we continue to support Dr. Ocaranza. He took a stand that I think was extremely admirable, and other counties have followed suit. And so we're wanting for that order to stay. And then there's other things. So I just wanted, just for public information, I wanted to read, a letter that I submitted on behalf of us to the governor in respect to the in-person, budget and tax hearings notice requirements. So this is to Governor Abbott. So it's, Dear Governor Abbott, I'm requesting a waiver of the requirements under Texas Tax Code sections 26.06 and 26.06, which require public in-person meeting to consider property tax rates. The transmission of COVID-19 in El Paso County is not dissipated and remains a significant threat to the health and safety of El Paso County. Rates of infection remain alarmingly high despite local efforts to control the spread. It is indisputable that congregate settings present increased challenges to control the spread of COVID-19. Having members of the governing body, staff, and the public in such settings is unsafe. Beginning on March 16th of this year, your office has permitted the suspension of certain Open Meeting Acts provisions allowing for a telephonic or video conference meeting of governmental bodies. Notable to the suspension of those certain provisions of the Open Meetings Act has actually resulted in the increase of public participation. These provisions have actually increased transparency and accessibility of these meetings to the public. I am confident that waiving the public building requirements under the tax code will no doubt facilitate more participation by the public. Your immediate consideration to this request is appreciated as we are now preparing to set the required dates for hearings and votes on the tax rate for the county as well as the El Paso County Hospital District. Sincerely, Ricardo A. Samaniego. So that, we're trying to, whatever we can do to avoid congregation, and if it's possible. And I think the significance is that we are doing better in transparency. More and more people are participating than ever before. So it's not like we're moving towards or away from this idea of transparency, and more importantly, the participation from our public. So I'm requesting that, haven't gotten a response to that, but we'll keep you posted on that. So for me, that's it. Betsy, thank you for that opportunity.
I've got
Yes, sir,
an
thank
update
you.
as well.
Go ahead, Commissioner Stout.
Thank you. So quickly on the homeless community issue, as far as the region's work with the homeless community, as of last week's report, the Delta facility has served 895 unduplicated individuals during the pandemic. They are averaging between 12 and 15 people per day. So that number will continue to increase as we build toward a more permanent solution. One thing to keep in mind is winter volume. The Opportunity Center normally sees a 50% intake increase during the winter months as cold weather drives more people to seek shelter on their own. Through the last week, 12 of those new individuals sought emergency shelter because of an eviction in the 2 weeks since they started tracking that. The Opportunity Center received and is rolling out some new funds for rapid rehousing, and starting August 12th, in a couple of days, they will be accepting referrals from outside their shelter and Delta facility, so folks in need of rapid rehousing can seek help through the Opportunity Center starting that day. I've been in contact with a number of my constituents, folks who live nearby the Delta facility and whose lives have been impacted both by the pandemic and by temporary operations to serve the homeless people in and around the Delta Center and the Coliseum. We're working with some of those folks, teaming up with the city to try to make sure we are keeping up with necessary services, including things like access to food and cleanup services. We're also exploring options to provide alternate cooling sites so that folks who otherwise would have had access to Hilos de Plata have somewhere to go since that rec center is not open to the public. Last week, the Food Security Task Force met, and in the process of drafting a regional food security plan is underway. There's still some tension between how to incorporate food providers and distributors into the food security discussion alongside nonprofits and public sector. And there's still lots of discussion about how to best meet current needs for access to food with long-term need for food security. Some of the finer points will be sorted out as the plan comes together and is drafted, but it's very clear based on the food bank's work and other organizations in the community that help address hunger, from school nutrition workers to academics, that there are real problems with hunger in our community, and those problems are probably going to get worse thanks to the ending of expanded unemployment benefits before they get better. Meanwhile, they have moved up the census reporting deadline by 1 month. So we're looking at the data being turned over and collected. The collection will cease at the end of September, barring any additional changes. So within the past week, our office has conducted outreach with some leadership at Fort Bliss, which has, I believe, the lowest count of all the census tracts in El Paso County, and we've also been talking with some folks at EPISD, which among the larger school districts has a lower count, to try to address some of the shortcomings and census filings in those areas. Fort Bliss has some really low numbers, and so I think it's really important that we get our soldiers and their families counted. A lot of the federal infrastructural spending that helped turn Fort Bliss into a winner the last time there was a BRAC is tied to census figures. It's important that we make sure those folks are counted as well. Fort Bliss is a major strength for our region, obviously, and we want every person counted to help make sure that it's even stronger over the next decennial. And I think that's about it. I believe we're going to have a meeting in about 10 or 12 days with the Justice of the Peace to discuss some options we may have to cut down on the number of pandemic-driven evictions we have in the weeks to come. So that's all I have for now. Thanks.
You're muted, Judge.
You're muted, Judge.
Thank you. Now, so in reference to, thank you for, in reference to Delta, there has been concerns and, individuals saying, they sort of lost some of the participation. And it seemed to me a lot of it was miscommunication, especially on the food that they used to receive. And so I'm gonna, Betsy, if you could help out a little bit on the communication from with Irene and some of the things that we do that should continue, that they for some reason thought that they had lost out in sort of like a sacrifice for the center to be used for one situation, that they ended up sacrificing what they used to have and something they very much appreciated. So I think it's just a little bit more information, Betsy, about the participants and maybe some notices there that they can help the constituents feel better about what happened, and that they don't feel that they're at a disadvantage by having that shelter sort of being redirected.
Yeah, and Judge,
Thank you, sir.
Joel Bishop has been very involved on Betsy's staff. Joel Bishop has been great. He's been on all of the homeless group meetings, and he was involved with the meeting that I had with the folks that live in that area, and he's already been working with Irene and working with the food bank to figure out some of the issues with the food that folks brought up, and so kudos to him and his team as well for working with us, and we've committed to them that we would continue to have to work to have stronger communication as we move forward.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for that upgrade as well, updating. Thanks.
Yes, sir. And Judge, Joel did let me know that they are providing an additional supplement tomorrow. They are working on this. We really appreciate them being included and being able to respond quickly to these concerns.
Thank you.
And with that, yes, sir. Thank you. Commissioner Robinson, did you have anything else you wanted to add, sir?
Somebody is on mute. No, not at this time.
Thank you, sir. And with that, that concludes our update on this item.
Thank you. Caesar.
Yes, sir. This brings us to item number 10, purchasing. Approve the purchase of an electronic bidding platform for the County of El Paso using TIPS Cooperative Contract 180503, awarded to Ion Wave Technologies Incorporated of Springfield, Missouri, in the amount of $143,250. Purchasing approved on August 3rd, 2020. Funding is available in special grant COVID-19 operating expenses.
Good afternoon, Court. Deborah Correjo-Troll, County Purchasing Agent. Today I'd like to briefly describe to you the requested action. I know it could look like this is hitting you out of the blue, but it's not. This is part of a long strategic plan. And if I could have the presentation put up, I'd like to talk to you before I ask you to take a vote. Today I'm going to briefly describe the requested action, and I'm going to do that by going over very quickly the processes that we currently do along with the benefits to both county and the vendor community in implementing a third-party e-bidding platform. We're going to talk about how this is already in place, so it's not such a huge jump, but we're going to talk about the criticality of it related to the pandemic response. And he's already on the slide. I need him on. So in 2016, I just want to recap the path for you. In 2016, the county made its first step to e-procurement. This was before I arrived with the implementation of the Munis ERP system. It allowed the internal processes of electronic procurement to begin occurring. And it's been a growth process. When I stepped on board in 2017, I had to put the purchasing department through an in-depth assessment of strengths, weaknesses, and staff evaluations, as well as a policy overhaul, which quite frankly took nearly a year and a half because the changes had to be so great. The county basically had to do a 180 turnaround from how it was doing business. 2018 saw the creation of our comprehensive 5-year vendor outreach plan, which tied the prior year's internal process overhaul into both an internal-external website redevelopment, and thanks to IT, we were able to focus on simplicity, which has been well received by the vendors in the Greater Chamber and the Hispanic Chamber because information is easier to find now. Planned internal and external vendor and employee training on how to bid and how to work the process from the inside. Project coordination with El Paso agencies and chambers. And the goal was to align the purchasing department and all internal county end users with public strategic purchasing initiatives, which have been borne out on a global level. So in other words, we're working towards global best practices. If you are to approve the item today, which is electronic bidding, you are going to be pushing the county into about 7 new global best practices that we did not have access to before this. Back to the timeline though, 2019 was really busy, and I felt bad about how much change I was putting the county through up to that point because we realigned the procurement staff, we realigned policy, we came out with the updated policy, court approved it because the court, as we'll see in a later slide, is responsible for ensuring to the citizens that any purchasing process is fair, equitable, and transparent. We couldn't have moved so far so quickly without the purchasing board and the commissioners, but county administration, including ITD, budget, and HR, have been our partners all the way through this, and the county auditor has been a tremendous support. The positive response from the vendor community is what really drives me because they want to do business with the county. And so 2019 was a milestone year in the fact that our changes were making a difference. We've partnered with the Hispanic Chamber and we've partnered with other agencies and created a purchasing alliance in the area. And I know you've heard me talk about this at various points, and just briefly, you never get much detail unless you're on the purchasing board. But we're doing good things and we're making inroads, and the whole goal is to meet the court's desired intent of increasing vendor participation and competition in the area. With 16, 17, 18, and 19 behind us, technically what I'm bringing to you today was not going to be part of the agenda until 21, fiscal year 21, but we have a pandemic response, and completing the milestone that we're about to complete, if you approve this today, is going to allow us to more safely serve the vendor community and at the same time gain a lot of efficiencies that we did not have before, including tracking and being able to spotlight and troubleshoot some of the areas of issue that the vendors have brought to us over the years. Next slide, please. So what I have before you now is electronic bidding. We're going to implement it, and it has a tabulation module. So e-bidding in its entirety, as the county is going to implement it, and I'll explain what I mean by that in a second, in internationally recognized best practice. It's a global best practice. It has process transparency, and we have efficiency gains and cost savings, and I've got those detailed in some other slides. I would like to say that the city is implementing this exact system. It's ion wave technology called IWT from this point forward. The city is implementing this exact system under the TIPS contract that we are also asking you to implement, and we're doing it yearly so that at any point, if the county needs to make a contracting differentiation, we can. So we're doing it in tandem with the city for a very good reason. We have to get into a system that allows us to more accurately interact with the vendors in a controlled fashion. When we implement the electronic bidding, we will only be implementing e-bidding and tabulation. The city is implementing contracting, e-bidding, and tabulation. We already have a contracting module internally, and that's what we plan to use. But additional benefits of e-bidding in and of itself is secure bid receipt and bid opening. All information shared with the vendors at the same time. So we're strengthening the transparency that's required. And the Commissioners Court by law, as we'll see on the next slide, actually is responsible for ensuring that the vendors can come to the table with this transparency. Streamlined setup and implementation. It will be a fairly fast implementation, but you will be involved every step of the way because Commissioners Court also is required to approve any policies put into place. While this is a significant time investment for my staff, and there's minimal ITD or additional county staff involvement because this is a third-party platform, but I would like to assure you that every security feature that I mentioned in the remainder of this presentation has been reviewed by our security officer, the ITD CISO, and he's comfortable with the platform itself and that our data, our county data as it goes into this system is safe, secure, and we own it. We are in control of it. Nothing will go forward in contracting without total ITD sign-off, and we are in the process of completing that form as we speak. Next slide, please. So, County Law and Commissioners Court. Basically, I'm requesting you today to authorize me to buy the licensing for this software, and it's authorized in 3 distinct portions of county law. What I've got on the screen is 0225. And basically, it says that you create the fair, secure county bidding environment for all vendors. You give them an opportunity to bid on items on equal terms. Bid and proposals can be received in a fair and confidential manner. And pertaining to anything that I'm authorized or required to do by statute, you have control over the policy, which means if I were to bring something forward that didn't fit with the strategic plan of the court, or you felt needed more investigation or more legal anchoring, you could bring that up and you did not have to approve a policy. You've worked with me for the last 2 years to create a heck of a policy that other smaller counties are starting to use as a basis for theirs. So it's a point of pride, and I think you can rest assured that you're doing great things when it comes to our policy. But additionally, this law says that while electronic bids are allowed, so we're comfortable doing it, the county also is required to accept paper bids. And this is one area where the court is in an easier path than other places, because some places like cities and school districts have to decide, are they accidentally going to hinder a vendor from bidding if they go totally electronic? What about the vendors that just do not want to come forward? What about the vendors who can't? What happens if a vendor doesn't have reliable access to the internet? It does happen. County law actually addresses that and works to further keep it fair for any type of vendor situation they encounter. The county has to accept paper bids. There's about 2 slides forward. I'm going to show you what that looks like in the overall structure of an e-bidding module. Next slide, please. Let me make sure I'm on the same slide he's on. Perfect. We are actually joining Progress in Motion, and I can't stress this enough. El Paso area vendors are very well served. The school districts, El Paso, Socorro, Isleta, and Canutillo, jumped to ion wave technology a while back. They've been using it. That means the vendors that they use have been using this technology. UTEP also uses it. That means the vendors UTEP uses is already on this technology. They're familiar with it. It is not a mystery. Anticipated area users, if I'm approved today, it will be the County of El Paso, and we will make the 5th county in Texas. Although this is a nationwide system, in Texas, over 70 school districts, 24 cities, and the city of El Paso will become the 25th city when they finalize their process. So quite frankly, we've got large and small cities. We're joining Denton, Webb, Collin, and Brazos counties in this. And the benefit to the vendors in the El Paso area is that we share a large portion of the same vendor database. So each of those vendors are now going to have one-stop shopping in a very real sense. We are not asking them to learn 7 or 8 different ways of doing business. We are giving them one way of participating in bids. Of course, the county will still accept paper bids, so we're okay there. The very nice thing is the El Paso Hispanic Chamber of Commerce already teaches vendor classes on ion wave technology and how to bid on it. And one of the things we'll talk about in considerations is the change management, managing the change for those vendors that only do business with the county. Next slide. So this is how it works basically. It's pretty straightforward. It's doing nothing differently than what we're doing now, except it's adding that little green square of quality and total control over the process. Right now, and on the next slide, we'll look at what it looks like in the total procurement process. But the County of El Paso has to do certain things. We have to create the specs, set the bid requirements, set parameters, ensure distribution occurs, and ensure we are creating as open of a process as possible so as many vendors can participate as possible. The vendor community has 3 things to do: receive the bid, create their response, give us their best on paper, and provide any verifications or documents as needed. The e-bidding module actually controls vendor data securely, controls county data securely, secure connections, and planning and metrics. We are going to be able to track certain things now that we can never track before. And as you notice, there is a little dotted line going back from the vendor to the county. That is simply the fact that when the bidding information goes out, the vendor will always maintain the choice of submitting a paper bid, and that is in accordance with 262-0225. And it's not going to interrupt the process at all because it still ties into the tracking. We will be able to still track those responses in the same way. So while it fits into the current court-approved processes, it's fair and equitable, it gives us a level of control we've never had. And I'll give you an example. One of the things that's been so important to the court is finding out why vendors aren't bidding. In a manual process, that is next to impossible because vendors may not want to bid. They may have a host of reasons they do not bid with us, but they may not feel comfortable telling us those reasons. In a controlled e-bidding system, we actually know who has downloaded and reviewed the specs, and we can compare that to who actually responds. And we can go to those vendors specifically and say, hey, you showed an initial interest. Could you tell us why you didn't bid? And there's even electronic forms they can fill out and say, I'm not bidding because, and they get multiple choice. In 0225, the county purchasing agent can accept electronic bids. But the security, making sure the security is in place is my job. Making sure the system is my job. Making sure the system's good is my job. The final use and governance of the e-bid system will be incorporated into the policies. And if you like those policies, that is what you will approve before the actual go live. So I'm going to talk to you a little bit about that later too. This simple structure is really all there is to it. Now there's a lot of moving parts. Next slide, please. But how this fits into the procurement cycle right now, start with the orange, and we're going to go around like a clock. The identify the need is really the only part that the purchasing department does not get involved in, because only the departments, in conjunction with the commissioner court and budget and the auditors and all of that, can decide what they need. When they go to prepare for bid, that's when we start partnering with the end user department. That's the gray area you see. E-bidding technically kicks in where you see the tan area, but it does, for all intents and purposes in an electronic system, take in the evaluation and the more rapid preparation for the court approvals, which is the green area. So this solution really encourages a deeper collaboration between not only the county and its vendors. We're being more open, we're being more secure. The vendors know that their data can be just safely delivered to the county. It's not going to get opened early. Nobody else is going to see anything they're not supposed to see, and there's very little human involvement in a process right now that's manual and has a lot of different hands touching it. It provides airtight compliance with federal, state, and local procurement codes. It's well documented, including audit and verification follow-up. This is an easily auditable system because every move in the system, whether vendor or county, is date and time stamped. There are some questions you, the court, have asked me during certain processes that I did not have an answer to because in a manual system it cannot be tracked. This solves that problem. Also encourages a deeper collaboration not only with county and vendors but with county departments, because the departments really truly only have to concentrate on coming up with a qualified spec. It improves competition and boosts buyer productivity. Quite frankly, there's performance measures in there that will track my staff as well, and the mistakes, and it will track workloads, it will track performance, it will give us a long-term view from which we can make better strategic decisions from a purchasing perspective. The conversation that the court was having this morning, I was thinking to myself, oh yes, that would be great if this were already implemented. But unfortunately, we're at the beginning of that process. Take a look at the tan area and the blue area. I want to point out that right now is a very human, lots of human contact type of process. In other words, there's got to be people at the office. There has to be vendors there at the bid opening. There has to be vendors and mail people coming into buildings to turn things in. Vendors want to meet with buyers. Vendors want to ask questions. We've had to take all of that remote anyway in a manual system that didn't have any backup. And so this will actually help us tightly structure that and keep both citizens, vendors, and staff safe as the city, as the county and the city and the entire El Paso region battle COVID and the pandemic response in general. Next slide, please. So what are some considerations for us? We have a lot. First of all, the benefits are huge. E-bidding holds global best practices related to public transparency and fairness. The announcement distribution, the access, the auto tabulation, electronic responses, bid tabs, and everything is posted immediately and vendors have total access. We have cost savings, decreased solicitation times. We're teaming with other El Paso agencies and the vendors are going to have cost savings related to that. We minimize their response errors. We have a lot of bids where vendors are absolutely disqualified because they've forgotten a single form. And I can't imagine how frustrating that is for vendors because time is money, especially to a small vendor, especially to an area local vendor. Time is money and they often don't have the extra staff. Spending hours to get a bid together and then getting disqualified because a form was forgotten or the mailing didn't make it in time or the third party mailing person didn't get it to the right place. That's got to be frustrating. And it really just is a drag on most businesses. Nominal county costs. We will be paying no more than $29,000 a year at max. And it's not passed to the vendors. And during this time, not passing along cost to vendors is probably the kindest thing the court can do. We have a lot of reasons to be in this. But with the pros comes some drawbacks that we really need to look at. And part of the plan of implementation helps us with that. I know there's going to be resistance to this change, sometimes internally, but a lot of vendors that only do business with the county could be resistant to this type of change, but that's okay because many of our vendors are already familiar with this type of process, and so we can take adequate time to train and have those vendors get them into remote training with the chambers, get them into area resources, incubation type situations where they could possibly even grow their businesses by learning to do this. And for those that never want to make the change, the law allows for that, and so will our policy. New processes require additional training. It's going to be painful. Right now, we're not only doing normal work, but we're doing everything that goes along with pandemic response. But that's okay. This pain is worth it because the county should have been here about 6 or 7 years ago. It wasn't, but here we are. It's moved up a little faster than I would have preferred, and implementation during a pandemic response is not easy, but it will be worth it. Vendors often don't like to have changes forced on them. They're like all of us. It may be broken, but if they're comfortable with it, they at least know the broken item. This will be a little bit of messing with the comfort level, but these are considerations that we've thought of, and these are considerations that we're willing to take the extra steps to shepherd the vendor community into the system, because it's going to be very important. The county is coming upon post-pandemic processing, which will include drastically slashed budgets, I'm sure, and possibly more austere measures. This will help us, the county, ensure that we're not still doing manual processes where we don't need to. This also solves, this is the best benefit, it solves the vendor database problem that we've had. There's multiple vendor databases in the county. They were never coalesced into one. And so, although vendors were getting notified correctly for bids, we had no easy way of notifying multiple vendors for lower dollar quotes. This solves that problem because not only can sealed bidding occur on this, non-sealed bidding can occur on this. So we can also do quotes in this. That means the quotes become tracked. That means we take advantage of aggregate totals. We take advantage of massive competition that wasn't available in the lower dollar purchases as well. Next slide, please. So what does our timeline look like? If you approve this today, we are going to basically have to finish the contracting process, and we've been working very closely with legal, very closely with audit, very closely with budget, and I can't stress enough how much help they've been. Once the contract is signed, we will begin staff onboarding immediately, and that's where my staff, the purchasing staff, the auditor staff, because the auditors will have 24/7 access to this system from a view standpoint. And what I mean by that is, when I said that this was an auditable system, I meant it is exactly that. Our data is our data, and the auditors will have a standard login that will allow them at the end of any process to review everything that's been done, and so will legal. We will build the test site. We'll have the staff training in the test site and the testing of it, and the live site will be built, and we will do the data tests necessary. Now, that being the case, I will not sign off to go live until I have brought a policy back before this court that shows everything we are doing and details, both for vendors and internal staff, how e-bidding fits into our process. You will find that nothing changes in policy, but everything changes in process, and it becomes tighter and more controlled. They have done this. When I say they, I mean Ion Wave. They have done this with agencies in as little as 3 weeks. However, we are in the middle of a very strange environment right now, and we have other considerations, and so do the county departments that might need to help us or give us information. So I would like to plan for a 6 to 8 week implementation. We will still be up and running in time for the first quarter of the new fiscal year, which is excellent for tracking purposes. And quite frankly, if there are multiple waves, or if something should extend with the COVID response, we will be in a position to be totally electronic and in line with both federal, state, and local mandates related to that. Next slide. Basically, this slide just says that I create the policies, you approve them, and I have the authority to request this of you. So the backup in today's agenda includes your security verification for the IWT system. Prior to the go live, I will bring forward the policy, and we will not go live without an approved court policy. But I would like to, on the last slide, time is money. In a manual system, oh, next slide, please. In a manual system, you cannot track many aspects of the process with any assurity. In an electronic system, you can. There are 9 major areas of tracking. In a manual system, the only thing we could find that overlaps is 2 areas, distributing the RFP and tabulation of responses. For each RFP, which would include bids, RFQs, it includes everything. We're just using RFP to cover everything. We're spending over 200 hours on each one, and that's 5 people at various points, a lot of touch points, a lot of manual interaction. With the tabulation of responses, on average, IWT says they save 90% of time and 10% in the distribution of the RFP. What becomes better than the time savings in distribution? What they mean by that is vendors notified, time on the streets, which there's a minimum by statute, and then getting everything prepared. Every step of the way is broadcast to the vendors. And that is a huge benefit to the vendor community, because the prime complaint that we receive from vendors is, I never know where you are in the evaluation process. And so not only are we cutting a fair amount of time, they're thinking that based on our numbers, we can get down to 110 hours saved. So we'll be down to 94 hours per bid, which is a tremendous decrease. But more than that, we're building more of a covenant with the vendor community. So the time savings is excellent. And over 5 years, you can see it's not a drastic rise, but over 5 years, the time savings, as it equates to the average hourly salary of a purchasing employee, it's still fairly significant. Public agencies aren't the greatest at tracking their soft costs. And so this is always a somewhat of an estimation or a shot in the dark. But if we were to equate this to business days, we're probably looking at 688 business days over the course of a year. And you think, but a year only has 365. I'm talking about multiple people spending multiple hours. And so there is a translatable cost savings. However, once we are implemented with approval today, and then the contracting and everything moves forward, once we're implemented, there will be things that we can track that we never really understood. The county never understood why certain things were occurring. And we will suddenly have the veil lifted, and we will, after about a year, there will be excellent data for us to assess what is happening in the vendor community, what is happening in our bidding. And so with that, last slide, please. As you may have guessed, I'm almost super excited to be at this particular county milestone. On the agenda today, I'll be requesting approval to purchase the IWT licensing, and we'll go 1 year with 4 one-year renewals. That's what we're requesting. That way the county funding out option is there. And at this time, I'm available to answer any questions related to the presentation or what I'm requesting that you approve.
Well, Debbie, I just want to thank you. I don't think I haven't done a good job of letting you know how much you and your team do, and all the things that you're trying to accomplish, and a lot of the moving parts. And so I was thinking of, you're addressing a lot of dimensions. One, obviously very timely. It's something that we should have done, but you're getting us up to speed. It's progressive. I like the fact that it's very progressive, that it's, we would be leading and role modeling not only for other counties, but just for our employees, our vendors. Because when you interact and you make changes in your own technology, that sort of forces them to do the same things and sort of come up to speed, although we still have, the paper that you're talking about. But I think eventually it moves them faster into where they should be as well, not just ourselves. So anything that we do in that connectivity with our vendors really gets them to go a little further. I like the fact that, it's caring. You mentioned the fact that, that right now is probably more important. You're able to see why they dropped off or why aren't they staying in the system? And before we weren't able to do that. And the two things, that we've always talked about is the participation, increasing participation. A lot of times we don't have too many bidders for certain things, and we're always concerned as to why we go out of town, but yet we're not helping our vendors be more and more successful. And then obviously the transparency component that's very, very important. So you've touched a lot of things on that we're all interested. Commissioners Court is very interested, the transparency, but also that caring of, what can we do to help our vendors be better and not, lose their jobs or their businesses simply because they weren't competitive enough. And so instead of also just trying to see how we could help, this is more like a preventive measure to help businesses be more successful in this new area of technology. So I hope I do justice to you and your team and all the things that you're trying to accomplish to make us better. And, you've done some great recognitions even nationally. And so this is more, evidence that your team is working hard in staying up with the times and the challenges. So Debbie, just thank you very much for this presentation.
At this point,
I think you're muted. Yeah.
I will need approval.
So I move to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Perez, have you returned?
No, sir.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Great presentation. Thank you.
Item number 11, Auditor. Pursuant to Texas Government Code, Title 10, Section 2256.003, please accept the attached investment reports for the third quarter and 9 months ended June 30th, 2020.
Good afternoon, Judge, Commissioners. Can y'all hear me okay?
I sure can. Yeah, thank you.
Great. I'll try to make this presentation as brief as I can. First of all, I'd just like to let you know that we have been collaborating with the investment advisory firm of Hilltop Securities, Greg Warner and Scott McIntyre, but we did not notify them of this meeting. We coordinated with budget and fiscal policy. It's my understanding that they weren't notified, but they reviewed our policy. They gave us their feedback, and we incorporated that into the presentation. So no fault of theirs that they're not here to give any comments. We'll make sure that we include them for the next presentation. Edward Young, County Auditor. Next slide, please. Okay, this presentation is directly linked to the county's strategic plan and investment goals. The first goal is investing funds on the principles of safety, liquidity, and diversification. Second goal being return on investment. Next slide, please. This slide here deals with investment risk. The higher your yield, obviously your risk is going to be higher. Current rates indicate that the maximum investment maturity should be no more than 10 years. Commercial paper is unsecured corporate debt with a maximum of about 270 days. Treasury yields as of June 30th have really come down. The 3-month is 0.16%. The 6-month is 0.18%. For a 1 year, it's 0.18%. 2 years is 0.19%. That's pretty darn low. 5 years is only 0.34%. And a 10-year is 0.73%. What we've done in anticipation of these rates coming down is that we've had to move some of our money to our depository bank. Our depository contract provides a 0.60%, which is significantly higher than the other rates, but it's up to a maximum of $75 million. So starting in June, we've been, as the rates went down lower than the pools, we've been migrating our funds to the extent we could from the pools into the depository bank. Next slide, please. This is just a rate comparison, text pool prime. The rates are beating the treasury rates for the 2 years or less. Next slide. This is an update, a comparison from June of 2020 versus June of 2019. The biggest changes you'll see here is in 2020, you see the cash growing a little bit. And that's because our investment that we're considering putting money in cash versus putting it into the other investments. It's yielding us more, so that's the only major change that has occurred. The interest earned through June totaled 2,326,200 compared to last year, which was 3,000,007. It's a decrease of 1,000,003 or 37%. And that's all mainly related to the Federal Reserve reducing rates starting back in 2019. And when COVID hit, then the rates just totally dropped. They're literally virtually zero at this point. Next slide, please. Okay, this slide here is a comparison of the historical market environment. The unexpected emergence of COVID-19 drastically slowed economic growth and prompted the Fed, as I said, to make emergency cuts in their rates of 0.5% on March 3rd, and also a full point on March 16th, bringing the overnight target rate down from 0% to 0.25%. to that range. The rate decreased over the 10-year average for each type of security. On August 1st of 2019, the rate was reduced by 0.25%. It was 2%, and like I say, it's come all the way down now. It was decreased 100 basis points March 16th to 0 to 2.25%. Next slide, please. The investment yields. The above is a comparison of the interest rates for the investment pools and Vantage Bank, which is our depository. The two high yielding pools are text pool and text pool class and Texas class. Text pool and Texas class, both contain commercial paper consisting of about 59% in text pool prime versus 80% in Texas class, which means it's a lot higher risk. So our preference is to be in the lower risk pool, but at this point, the pools are not a good option for investment. So we're working with our investment advisor to see what options are out there, but right now there's not too many investment options. So the money's go, like I say, go into the depository bank, and we're looking to find ways to diversify, even if the rate is not significantly higher. Next slide, please. Text pool prime investment pools. This shows the components of text pool prime, shows you the percentage of funds that they have in the various investments and the portfolio by maturity percentage. As I said, text pool prime had 59.3% in commercial paper, and their commercial paper was broken down into asset-based commercial paper of 26%, financial company commercial paper of 26.9%, and non-financial commercial paper of 6.4%. Next slide, please. Text pool, this is just the basic text pool. It has less commercial paper in it. Just shows you the components there also. The portfolio maturity, you can see most of it is short term, between 1 and 7 days is 62.7%. And then the type of investments, they have 34.1% in treasuries, followed by agencies, repurchase agreements, and money market funds. Next slide, please. This is the 3-month treasury benchmark versus the portfolio yield. You can see how the treasury 3-month treasury bill has dropped drastically, and the portfolio yield is just barely hovering above it. The county had a weighted average yield of 0.536% as of June of 2020, and the 90-day treasury benchmark was 0.16%, resulting in the county being 37.56 basis points above the benchmark for the month. Next slide, please. This shows you all county funds combined for the month ended in June. Shows you the components, text pool, prime, and cash. And as I explained, as you go towards the right side towards June, you can see a greater portion of funds going into the bank since the rates for the pools are going down, and the bank has a higher rate now than the pools. Next slide, please. This is the general fund. As we've explained in the past, most of our money comes in late December, and then it kind of slows down after February as all the tax payments come in, and then we draw down on those funds. Same thing here. You can see a general fund, how the funds have gone more into cash as of June. And as October of 2019, we had 79 million, and then it jumped up to about 203 million in February. Now it's down to about 151.3 million. Next slide, please. This is the debt service. The funds come in similarly, since ad valorem property taxes are the main revenue source to pay off the debt principal and interest. So you see the same thing. And we have basically we have principal and interest payments February, March, August, and September. And that's where the drawdown goes of those funds. And then the residual is used, if any residual is left, it's used to reduce taxes for the subsequent year. Next slide, please. Capital projects is fairly flat. It's from bond proceeds, also from the 2-cent funding that comes in from the general fund M&O allocated for capital improvements. And that usually comes in around March. Next slide, please. This is the funds total of all funds invested, just to show you how they're broken down. As I said earlier, interest earned for the year was $2,326,209. Of that, the first quarter brought in $750,000. The second quarter brought in $1,058,000. And then the final quarter, 3, was $517,000. So obviously the rate was going up for a little while, and it's come back down with COVID. And the majority of funds are in general funds, special revenue, and capital projects. With that, did anybody have any questions?
Hey, Judge, you're
Just need
muted.
a motion to accept.
Move to accept.
Second.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego. Judge Samaniego.
You might have, I think his signal froze.
Frozen.
I'm going to remove him and then bring him back on.
Okay.
Sorry, I got dropped off for some reason. Miguel?
Yes, go
am
ahead.
I back on?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, yeah, some reason I got cut off and lost a little bit of the last presentation.
So Judge, we have a motion and a second to accept the report.
Okay.
Caesar has called everyone, and now it's you.
Okay, so aye.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Judge. Motion carries.
Thank you all. Take care. Stay safe.
Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate your presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Dion.
Item number 12 from Economic Development. Approve and authorize the county judge to sign a subrecipient agreement with the El Paso Hispanic Chamber of Commerce in the amount of $60,000 to establish a Stay Safe small business grant program aimed at making El Paso area businesses more safe during the COVID-19 pandemic. Contract number 2020-0565.
Good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners. Andrea Hutchins of the Economic Development Department. I do just have to give an alibi that I too have been having some connectivity issues. So if I happen to disconnect, I'll hold my mouth the right way, hoping that we don't throughout this presentation. But I wanted to bring before the court today a item that the court actually heard the first time on the 22nd of June. It would be a small business safety program, which the focus would be to help small businesses who are interested in implementing various safety protocol in response to COVID-19 to their business with grants. So if I could see the slideshow, please.
Stand by, please.
Thank you. And I do just want to bring to the court's attention that we should have Cindy and possibly even Terry both on the call with the Hispanic Chamber of Commerce as well. So at the end of the presentation, if the court has additional questions for them or myself, I believe that somebody from their organization is on the call.
Yes, we're here. This is Cindy, Hispanic Chamber.
Hi, Cindy.
Cindy, always great to have you on. Thank you, Cindy.
You're very welcome. Happy to do this.
We're pulling it from the agenda, so just 1 second, please.
Okay.
Is it the first attachment, Ms. Hutchins?
Excuse me?
Is it the first attachment? Is that the presentation?
I believe so. It's the PowerPoint.
Okay, 1 second.
Should be titled El Paso Small Business Safety Program.
Okay. We're downloading it now.
Okay. I was going to say I can share my screen if that's preferred.
Yes, please.
Okay. All right, let's see how good I am at technology now.
Alexis, it is that first one, if that helps.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay.
We see it.
You see?
Yes.
The CARES Act, just as a reminder to the court, requires that payments from Coronavirus Relief Fund be used to cover expenses that would be necessary expenditures incurred due to the public health emergency, were not accounted for in the budget and were incurred during the period that begins on 2020. Just as a reminder to the court, as I had mentioned before, on June 22nd, 2020, the court received an overview from the county administration and the Economic Development Department detailing options for supporting small business efforts to implement safety measures for staff and customers alike. This slide was one of the presentation items that we gave to you on June 22nd that outlined the pros and the cons of such a program. And if you remember, the pros, included things from customizable funding sources to, requiring safety items that may not be part of a county bulk buy, such as tables and chairs for a restaurant or something similar. The court did decide to go with a small business safety program whereby the grants allotted through the program would be for up to $2,500. That $2,500 would go to cover things such as, but not limited to, the installation of safety protocol like fiberglass shields and other distance creating barriers. Again, restaurants looking to add outdoor seating options as well as digital upgrades for those businesses who needed to upgrade their. Again, the program outline would be for up to $2,500, could include additional items such as PPE supplies, social distancing measures, and so on. And the Hispanic Chamber would be administering for us the program up to $50,000. At such time as they come back with their first report, the court did ask that if funds had expended in a faster manner than what we had originally, I guess, expected, that we might be asking the court for some additional funding. But that initial $50,000 would come with a $10,000 administrative fee. So this time, if there are any questions, I will stop sharing my screen.
Commissioners, any questions, comments?
I would just like to thank everybody if I could.
Absolutely. Go ahead, Cindy. We would love to hear from you.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt, but I never get a chance sometimes to tell you all, thank you so much for this opportunity and for what you do. I wanted to first thank all of you for what you did, especially for the wonderful memorial anniversary recognitions. I know how very hard that was for you all, and you should be applauded for a job well done. We are very eager to partner with the county to be able to provide the grant assistance to help small businesses in the county and the rural areas that are hardest hit by the virus. We've been doing this since the declaration back in March. And let me tell you, some of our smaller companies that did not get access to the PPP or the EIDL are the ones that are in the most dire straits. So any little dollar of cash to help them create the protective protocols are going to be an unbelievable relief for them during these changing times. And I just want to thank you for the opportunity and the trust you have in us to be able to do this. And thank Andrea. We've been driving her nuts back and forth about this, and Terry and her team are amazing. So we are happy to do this. I can tell you the minute we roll this out, we're going to have to come back and ask for more, but that's the way it goes. And just know that we're here to serve and support where we can. And thank you all so much.
Well, and Cindy, thank you. The comments you made about the most, who was hit the hardest, and we've talked about it. How marginal some of the rural areas are, and how difficult it is for them. And I want to thank you. You and your team and the Hispanic Chamber, focus on the small businesses. We always talk about how amazing, their contribution and the number of small businesses, and how difficult it is for them to make it. And some of these very successful businesses might not make it because of this, external, this, unprecedented situation that they have to face. And so, we want to thank you. I know small businesses are a big part of the rural areas, more so than the larger businesses. And so we want to thank you for that and focusing on the rural, and of course the relationship going forth with Andrea and economic development. I think there's a lot to be said about a very strong collaboration between us and the Hispanic Chamber. So Cindy, thank you, and your team and your board of directors. They're amazing. They contribute a lot, not only to you as board of directors, but in their own right in the businesses that they have in the community. So thank you for that engagement with us as well.
You're very welcome. And I forgot to mention, we very much appreciate our partnership with Deborah on the contracting element and the capacity to create an opportunity to grow that market at a much bigger place. Local vendor partnerships make a great economic tool, and the county saw that firsthand, and we appreciate being able to do those trainings. In fact, we have one on Wednesday, so hop on. It's at 10 o'clock. Thank you all. Take care.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, I move to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
I vote aye, and I just want to say thanks to Andrea and her team for bringing this to term as well. Y'all have done a good job of taking ideas that we've thrown at you and turning it into a reality. And thank you also, Cindy Ramos Davidson, for the partnership.
Thank you.
Commissioner Robinson.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries. This brings us to item number 13, Health and Social Services. Discuss and take appropriate action to expand the Community Services Department General Assistance Pauper Burial Program to include a burial allowance assistance providing up to $2,500 per qualifying decedent to help address an expected backlog of deaths waiting disposition and burial due to the COVID-19 health crisis and economic impact. Further authorize budget and fiscal policy to appropriate $250,000 of CARES Act funds from general assistance for this project. Funding is available in special grant COVID-19 operating expenses.
Good afternoon, Judge, Commissioners. Carlos Marquez, Operations Manager with the Community Services Department, General Assistance Division. This item is to request to expand the General Assistance Pauper Services to include burial allowance to help alleviate with the increased need for decedent storage in the community. With information provided by the medical examiner's office, it was identified that part of the reason for the backlog is that some burials are pending disposition due to lack of family financial resources for traditional burial service. Families with decedents that may qualify for general assistance cremations are foregoing the option as they prefer a traditional service. Qualifying families would be assisted with up to $2,500, which is about half the cost of a basic traditional burial service. We're requesting $250,000 of CARES rent and mortgage assistance be redirected for this project. This would provide us an additional venue to help more families impacted by COVID-19. We also request to permanently add a burial allowance to our pauper program to continue to offer this assistance beyond the CARES Act funding. And we would be utilizing the existing pauper burial designated general fund dollars. Are there any questions?
No, Carlos, just that was exceptional. You attacked the root cause of this backlog and, things that were happening that, people having a delay. I don't think there's anything worse for a family than delaying a situation that's inevitable but hard. It's a big, huge hardship. And then, that backlog was just, very, we felt it. We felt that it was difficult. So getting to that root cause of that situation was very astute. So, Betsy, could you enhance us, a little bit about what you feel about this situation, just so we get a better understanding?
Yes, sir. I just think that this is one way where our team came together. It started off with Dr. Rascon reaching out regarding concerns about the overall system. This is one of multiple ways we're working to try to address causes that would be contributing to backlogs in the system. This is a very difficult time for our community and our country, but with COVID-19, people are facing decisions about funerals where they're only being allowed to have 10 or less people at the services. It's causing them to delay decisions. There's economic downturns, which is making the financial burden of a funeral more significant. There were other things in our system that we've already implemented corrections and overall system corrections. The medical examiner's office is continuing to work on some other corrections, some MOUs to help move the process along for funeral homes, morgues, and hospitals. Just an overall collaborative effort to address this concern for our community, to keep us from being in a situation where we have more decedents than we have room to hold them. So thank you so much to Carlos and Irene. All we had to do was mention that this was part of the problem, and they quickly took off. Carlos, I think within an hour or two, had done so much research to help us come up with a program to start helping respond to this. So it was great work by our team. Really appreciate it.
Thank you, Carlos. Thank you for recognizing that team. It's amazing. So thank you. Move to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries. Item number 14, approve and authorize the county judge to sign the Texas Department of Agriculture, Texas CDBG Emergency Help for Colonias Program Environmental Form and Documentation of Local Administrative Capacity Form for a grant award in the amount of $269,732 to provide assistance to low-income families residing in rural areas of the county that have been impacted by the public health and economic crisis resulting from the coronavirus. No county match is required. Contract number 2020-0654.
Good afternoon, County Judge, Commissioners, Irene Valenzuela, Community Services Department. Prior to in early June, late June rather, you approved us submitting an application to the Texas Department of Agriculture seeking funds to provide assistance to Colonia residents that are impacted by COVID-19. We received that award notice. It's part of your backup on this item. So this item is twofold, accepting that award notice of $269,732 while seeking your authorization to sign and submit the pertinent documents that are required to submit with the award so that the Texas Department of Agriculture can remit a final funding agreement. That agreement will be put forth in a subsequent Commissioners Court item so that you all can approve that as well. Like Caesar said, there is no county match for this, and we request your favorable consideration for this.
Thank you, Irene. Move to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you all. Have a great afternoon.
You too, Irene.
Irene.
Thank you for all you do.
Item number 15, Public Works. Discuss and take appropriate action regarding the variance request from the El Paso County Subdivision Order for the proposed Alvarado subdivision. And at the request of the Planning and Development Director, we'd like to ask for a 1-week postponement of this item.
Good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners. Jose Landeros, the Planning and Development Department. We could actually make that a 2-week postponement on the item. There are some exhibits that still need to be reviewed by our staff for our department to provide a recommendation to the court on whether or not to approve the variance as presented.
Second.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear who made the motion.
Commissioner Leon.
Thank you. And that'll be for a 2-week postponement. Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries. Item number 16, discuss and take appropriate action regarding the variance request from the El Paso County subdivision order for the proposed Skyview Estates Unit 5 subdivision.
Good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners. Jose Landeros with the Planning and Development Department. This item before this afternoon is a variance request for Skyview Estates Unit 5. This precinct is located in, this proposed subdivision is located in precinct number 3. If we can go on to the next slide, please, which is on the greater El Paso area on the east side of town. It is near the southeast of the intersection of Mission Ridge Boulevard and Belicano Drive, and will be provided water and wastewater by El Paso Water Utilities. Next slide. The variance that is being requested is twofold. One, they are requesting to reduce the minimum right-of-way for streets from our standard 60-foot right-of-way to 54 feet, and also to match the new setbacks that are identified in the alternative design standards. They are not affecting any lot sizes, and as a result are not subject to any parkland requirements. Also, the number of lots that are contained within the residential subdivision is 48, so it makes them subject to a specific standard in the subdivision order where we do not currently require parks. Next slide. Here's a aerial image of the proposed site. You can see here it was a former industrial yard that is now being transitioned into residential development. Next slide. And here you can see the proposed subdivision, all 48 lots, including the regional pond located there within the subdivision, immediately abutting existing residential development that is underway in the area, and also ultimately connecting all the way up to Pelicano on that eastern street, which is Air Coupe Way. Next slide. After review of the variance request, our department recommends approval, given that from the El Paso County subdivision order, for this subdivision, as it is in accordance with section 2.9A of the order. Happy to take any questions that the court may have.
Thank you, Jose. Move to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you, Judge, Commissioners. Have a lovely afternoon.
Thank you, Jose. Appreciate it.
Item number 17, grant applications. Approve the submission of county grant applications as listed and described. If awarded, all grant award agreements will be brought back to the Commissioner's Court for final acceptance and approval. Item number 17, approve and authorize the Domestic Relations Office to apply for the Texas Office of the Attorney General Access and Visitation Grant in the amount of $64,115 from September 1st, 2020 through August 31st, 2021. A match in the amount of $7,124 is required. Further authorize the county judge to sign the execution of application and certification regarding lobbying forms. This request is retroactive to the date of the grant application submittal on August 5th, 2020. Contract number 2020-0664.
Good afternoon, County Judge and Commissioners. Brian Stanley with the Domestic Relations Office. Thank you for letting us bring this item before the court today. We're seeking to apply for this grant with the Office of the Attorney General for access and visitation. This grant requires an in-kind match. The services that we provide under this grant help families with access and visitation services. The services we provide are court order orientation, cooperative parenting education, access facilitation to help parents with their visitation schedule with their children, as well as legal enforcement of access and visitation if needed. I'm happy to answer any questions you have regarding this.
Brian, if you don't mind, I know this is a little, I hope it's not off the subject or the topic, but there seems to be just a lot of, I've gotten a lot of calls on some of the issues and situations that you have to deal with families. So has there been an unusual increase in what you're having to do in your department? And They come through me, and I've been channeling them, but I'm just not aware really of how much of an increase your department has had in this area.
Yes, sir. We've had an increase in questions regarding access and visitation right now because of COVID and people's and public's concern regarding letting the child go to another house and concerns of exposure. But the Texas Supreme Court came out with an order stating that parties are supposed to be following their court order. And so a lot of our social workers are having, that's part of this grant, is the access facilitation. And so we're going over with them what their order says and what the law says regarding the access and visitation right now during COVID.
Well, thank you for that. Sometimes we don't know the collateral impacts or some of the indirect impacts of COVID-19. So thank you for elaborating on that area. So thank you.
Yes, sir.
Move to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you, Brian.
Item number 18, budget and, item number 19, budget and finance. Approve amendment number 43 to the County of El Paso's 2019-2020 operating budget. This budgetary amendment will increase special revenue by $154,370, increase grants by $174,110.96, thus increasing the overall budget of $517,702,150.14 to $518,030,631.10.
Good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners. Wally Hargrove from the Office of Budget and Fiscal Policy. The backup for last week's amendment was sent to you with your weekly highlight. There are no COVID grant related amendments in this week's budget amendment. Would ask for your favorable consideration if there's no questions.
Move to approve.
Second.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you very much, everyone. Stay safe. See you tomorrow in the budget hearings.
Likewise. Thank you, Wally.
Thank you.
This brings us to item number 20, executive session. Commissioners Court will recess into executive session to discuss items 20A through 20E pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.074 and 551.071. Commissioners Court will reconvene to take official action.
Hi, this is County Judge Samaniego. The 2020 census count is incredibly important for El Paso. It helps our school, healthcare, food and housing programs get the money they need.
This is County Commissioner Vince Bettis for Precinct 3. With your participation, the programs that support affordable housing, public education, and affordable healthcare can receive the funding they deserve.
This is Commissioner Carl L. Robinson, Precinct 4.
Without you, these programs could not be successful.
This is Commissioner David Stout. Participate online, by phone, or by mail. Everyone in El Paso County must be counted, even children and babies. Your responses are safe and required by law to be kept confidential.
Hi, this is Commissioner Carlos Leon from Precinct 1. Let's come together and fill out those 2020 census. Together and fearless, we count.
The County of El Paso Public Works Department is offering sandbags at no cost or requirements to the public. The sandbags are outside of the facilities and are available 24 hours a day. The location of the county facilities are the following: the Road and Bridge Fabens Warehouse, located at 1331 North Fabens Street in Fabens, Texas, 79838. The Road and Bridge Canutillo Warehouse, located at 191 Canutillo Avenue in Canutillo, Texas, 79835. And the Road and Bridge Montana Warehouse, located at 14698 Van Lane, El Paso, Texas, 79938.
Don't wait in line, pay online. Visit the Financial Recovery Division website at http://www.epcounty.com/budget/financialrecovery.htm to make your payments online or find out more about our kiosk locations. We now accept payments on misdemeanor, felony, and justice of the peace cases.
You can now watch Commissioners Court meetings on YouTube. Go to youtube.com and search for El Paso County Commissioners or El Paso County, Texas. Subscribe to our channels to see our latest videos.
Did you know the County of El Paso's Purchasing Department is responsible for ensuring that all items and services needed by various county departments are purchased in the manner required by the state of Texas? Whether through formal sealed bids or smaller dollar quotations, the county purchasing team is dedicated to finding the best contracting return on your taxpayer dollars. Additionally, the purchasing department is responsible for the tracking of inventory within the county and properly disposing surplus through public auctions. For questions about how to become a vendor and compete for county contracts, or to learn more about public auctions, please contact us at telephone number 915-546-2048.
The 346 District Court Judge Angie Juarez Barril started the El Paso Veterans Treatment Court program in 2012 for veterans and active service members that have been arrested and charged with a felony or misdemeanor criminal offense. To be considered for this specialty court, the statutory criteria includes be a veteran or current member of the United States Armed Forces, including a member of the Reserves, National Guard, or State Guard, and suffer from a brain injury, mental illness, or mental disorder, including PTSD, or be a victim of military sexual trauma, all occurring or resulting from military service. Call Sylvia Serna, Veterans Program Director at 915-546-2119, or email her at sserna@epcounty.com for any information.
Did you know that the County of El Paso's fixed asset control and inventory disposal is handled through the Purchasing Department? Throughout the course of each business year, the county holds live public auctions to dispose of aged equipment, vehicles, furniture, and other items that are no longer needed. To find out about upcoming auctions or to learn more about the county's inventory disposal process, contact the Purchasing Department at telephone number 915-546-2048.
Hi, this is County Judge Samaniego. The 2020 census count is incredibly important for El Paso. It helps our school, healthcare, food and housing programs get the money they need.
This is County Commissioner Vince Bettis for Precinct 3. With your participation, the programs that support affordable housing, public education, and affordable health care can receive the funding they deserve.
This is Commissioner Carl L. Robinson, Precinct 4. Without you, these programs could not be successful.
This is Commissioner David Stout. Participate online, by phone, or by mail. Everyone in El Paso County must be counted, even children and babies. Your responses are safe and required by law to be kept confidential.
Hi, this is Commissioner Carlos Leon from Precinct 1. Let's come together and fill out those 2020 census. Together and fearless, we count.
The County of El Paso Public Works Department is offering sandbags at no cost or requirements to the public. The sandbags are outside of the facilities and are available 24 hours a day. The location of the county facilities are the following: the Road and Bridge Fabens Warehouse, located at 1331 North Fabens Street in Fabens, Texas, 79838. The Road and Bridge Canutillo Warehouse, located at 191 Canutillo Avenue in Canutillo, Texas, 79835. And the Road and Bridge Montana Warehouse, located at 14698 Van Lane, El Paso, Texas, 79938.
Don't wait in line, pay online. Visit the Financial Recovery Division website at http://www.epcounty.com/budget/financialrecovery.htm to make your payments online or find out more about our kiosk locations. We now accept payments on misdemeanor, felony, and justice of the peace cases.
You can now watch Commissioners Court meetings on YouTube. Go to youtube.com and search for El Paso County Commissioners or El Paso County, Texas. Subscribe to our channels to see our latest videos.
Did you know the County of El Paso's Purchasing Department is responsible for ensuring that all items and services needed by various county departments are purchased in the manner required by the state of Texas? Whether through formal sealed bids or smaller dollar quotations, the county purchasing team is dedicated to finding the best contracting return on your taxpayer dollars. Additionally, the Purchasing Department is responsible for the tracking of inventory within the county and properly disposing surplus through public auctions. For questions about how to become a vendor and compete for county contracts, or to learn more about public auctions, please contact us at telephone number 915-546-2048.
The 346 District Court Judge Angie Juarez Barrid started the El Paso Veterans Treatment Court program in 2012 for veterans and active service members that have been arrested and charged with a felony or misdemeanor criminal offense. To be considered for this specialty court, the statutory criteria includes be a veteran or current member of the United States Armed Forces, including a member of the Reserves, National Guard, or State Guard, and suffer from a brain injury, mental illness, or mental disorder, including PTSD, or be a victim of military sexual trauma, all occurring or resulting from military service. Call Sylvia Serna, Veterans Program Director, at 915-546-2119, or email her at sserna@epcounty.com for any information.
Did you know that the County of El Paso's fixed asset control and inventory disposal is handled through the Purchasing Department? Throughout the course of each business year, the county holds live public auctions to dispose of aged equipment, vehicles, furniture, and other items that are no longer needed. To find out about upcoming auctions or to learn more about the county's inventory disposal process, contact the purchasing department at telephone number 915-546-2048.
Go ahead.
Commissioners Court has reconvened into regular open session. Item number 21, discuss and take appropriate action regarding the selection of the Chief Public Defender.
I'm sorry, if you could give me one moment, please. Okay, Joel, our item has been read in.
Okay.
And if you'd like to present to the court our recommendation.
Okay. Sorry about that. I thought I was on hold there.
No problem.
All right. Good afternoon, Commissioners Court. Joel Bishop with County Administration. I'm gonna pull up my notes here. We are asking the court today to affirm our recommendation of Kelly Childress as the next Chief Public Defender for El Paso County. She will be scheduled to start tentatively on September 15th of 2020. The hire will be contingent upon her obtaining her license in Texas with a negotiated time frame, which we will include in the offer letter. We would expect to be completed in the near future. While she is pending licensing, we would, based on the direction from the county attorneys, we're asking that her title be interim chief. As you know, we went through an extensive selection and recruitment process involving a variety of stakeholders within the justice system. We believe that Ms. Childress is the correct choice for the chief of this office to begin employment in September. Just a little more about her. I'd like to read into the record on her background. She's focused her career on criminal litigation. She was previously the Chief Public Defender of Kane County, Illinois, and the Deputy Chief Public Defender of Lake County, Illinois, the first Assistant Public Defender of DeKalb County, Illinois, and an Assistant State's Attorney. She's enjoyed a number of appointments during her career, including the State of Illinois Joint Congressional Task Force on the Grand Jury Review, the State of Illinois Executive Advisory Council on Substance Use Disorders, the faculty of the National Criminal Defense College, the Board of Directors of the Illinois Public Defender Association, the Board of Directors of the Illinois Association of Criminal Defense Lawyers, the Board of Visitors of the Northern Illinois University College of Law, and the Kane County Strategic Planning and Technology Commission. She's been the chair of the Illinois State Bar Association's Diversity Leadership Council, Human Rights Section Council, and Criminal Justice Section Council. She's also been appointed to many other committees, councils, and commissions. Kelly is a nationally recognized speaker in legal education programs and has appeared as a panelist in several law-related television programs. Kelly received her Juris Doctorate from Loyola University School of Law in 1996 and a Bachelor's of Honors from Loyola University in 1993, where she was a full scholarship member of their Division I women's volleyball team. She also holds a professional certificate in industrial and organizational psychology from the Chicago School of Professional Psychology. We believe that her leadership qualifications and experience will be of great benefit to El Paso County and the Public Defender's Office. And with that, we would ask that the court approve our recommendation as a selection, again, with to be hired based on the terms we discussed during the executive session.
Thank you. Joel, before we vote, I just want to thank you and Betsy. I know it's very rigorous. This is such an important, decision that has to be made, and you took your time and had to look at different things, and it wasn't an easy journey. But I thank you for being so conscientious to get to the decision that both of you feel comfortable with, and the decision that that we'll vote on as well. And but also want to thank Bill for being as the interim and being part of the process of taking care of keeping the boat floating, as they say, and all the employees, wish all of you the best of luck in everything you do going forward. We really appreciate that, the department, that is very valuable and very part of our changes in criminal justice and all things that we're trying to do to be a lead, national lead in the things that we do that are related to criminal justice. So we thank you, appreciate, I know it's difficult while you're going through a transition as employees, and things happen that, would have to be addressed simply because there is no, defined person at that particular time. And so I expect that this will bring, hopefully comfort to everyone that the decision has been made, be able to move forward accordingly. Remind you that, we just have been acknowledged in every department. The success has been, whether it's Public Works or Parks and Recreations or any of the departments that are led by Betsy are exemplary. And I know this will be another evidence of moving forward in the right direction, strongly, firmly, and that you are successful. And so whatever we could do, Betsy and Joel as Commissioners Court, to help you with the process and the transition that needs to take place, we're very willing to do that. So once again, thank you, and congratulations to Kelly, and also to Bill, who will be working together to become one of the best, in the country. Thank you.
Motion to approve.
Thank you, Judge.
Second.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you, Commissioners. Great work, Joel. Thank you.
Thank you, Betsy.
Item number 22, discuss and take appropriate action on IRS payroll reporting audit. County Attorney Opinion Number OP 19598.
Commissioners, Patsy Lopez, Assistant County Attorney. We would ask in relation to this item that the court make a motion to approve the county judge sign the Form 14491 closing agreement on the final determination covering specific matters regarding worker classification to close the 2017 IRS payroll tax audit.
So moved.
Second.
Commissioner Leon.
Aye.
Commissioner Stout.
Aye.
Commissioner Robinson.
Aye.
Judge Samaniego.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you, Ms. Lopez.
Thank you. Thank you, Judge. Thank you, Commissioners.
Item number 23, discuss and take action on the pending claim of Muriel Montrose. County Attorney File Number 001320LC.
Judge, Commissioners, Ruben Duarte, Assistant County Attorney, we ask that no action be taken on this item as discussed in executive session.
Thank you, Mr. Duarte.
Item number 23 is no action. And with that, that completes today's agenda, Judge.
Okay, well, thank you, and thank everyone here. It gets difficult. We've had some great resolutions and decisions today. We want to thank everybody and the support, all the public comments that we received on for Enrique Moreno, the efficiency of Miguel and Lexus and everybody else, Cesar, Jessica, to be able to do that. We've already gotten compliments on the process, the efficiency of the process, and the the time allowed for each one of them. So I want to thank everybody that's involved. Commissioners, look forward to our budget hearings as they're coming up, and also for public interest as we go through the budget hearings. So once again, have a great weekend and look forward to a very productive week. Thank you. Stay safe.
Yeah, great week.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. This concludes today's meeting at 4:35 p.m.
Participate online, by phone, or by mail. Everyone in El Paso County must be counted, even children and babies. Your responses are safe and required by law to be kept confidential.
Hi, this is Commissioner Carlos Leon from Precinct 1. Let's come together and fill out those 2020 census. Together and fearless, we count.
The County of El Paso Public Works Department is offering sandbags at no cost or requirements to the public. The sandbags are outside of the facilities and are available 24 hours a day. The location of the county facilities are the following: the Road and Bridge Fabens Warehouse, located at 1331 North Fabens Street in Fabens, Texas, 79838. The Road and Bridge Canutillo Warehouse, located at 191 Canutillo Avenue in Canutillo, Texas, 79835. And the Road and Bridge Montana Warehouse, located at 14698 Van Lane, El Paso, Texas, 79938.
Don't wait in line, pay online. Visit the Financial Recovery Division website at http://www.epcounty.com/budget/financialrecovery.htm to make your payments online or find out more about our